good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here at City Hall and in Council Chambers. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and we will begin with our invocation given by Reverend Claude Axel with Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church. Reverend?
Shall we pray at this time? Most holy and gracious Heavenly Father, it is to you this morning that I humbly bow to say how great you are. You are such a wonderful God. And for all of us, you are so worthy to be praised. In spite of what's happening not only locally, but what's happening throughout our world and our nation. I ask, oh Heavenly Father, for you to intercede across this land and country, and let there be peace in America. And let it begin with each one of us. Even though there may be things that we don't agree with, help us, oh Heavenly Father, to realize that we are a nation, but yet more importantly, we are a people and we are individuals with a voice. And we pray, Heavenly Father, that the voices that we use will be used to uplift world peace. God bless America, and God bless this city council, each member of the city council, and not only the city council, but God bless our mayor and the other leaders of Corpus Christi, because truly Corpus Christi need your guidance, need your forgiveness. And Heavenly Father, we need you to help us so that we can establish purpose, not only for ourselves, but get our own agendas out of the way, but let's establish some purpose for what is best needed for Corpus Christi. It is in Jesus' name that we echo this prayer, and we say amen, and we say thank you.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Reverend. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Jalen Karja. She is a second grader at Yorktown Christian Academy. She's an A honor roll student, but she has traveled 32 states and plans on visiting all 50 by the age of 10. Wow.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, with liberty, justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, and indivisible.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Gil Hernandez. Michael Hunter. Here. Jim Klein. Here. Mike Pesley. Here. Everett Roy. Present. Dan Suckley. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Here. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. That takes us to section E, our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council and the community. We do have one item on our city manager report this morning, and it's to acknowledge retiring Valente Olivares from TxDOT. So it's with mixed feelings that we speak of the retirement of Valente, who's here with us this morning. And Valente is the Corpus Christi district engineer for the Texas Department of Transportation, also known as TxDOT. His last day with TxDOT will be the end of this month on July 31. And just some background on Valente. He graduated from Texas A&M University Kingsville in 1999 with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering and became a licensed professional engineer in June 2004. Valente has more than 25 years experience, of dedicated experience with TxDOT. And in 2014, he began his career with TxDOT as the Director of Operations for this region. That was in 2014. In 2015, he became the Deputy District Engineer and served as TxDOT Project Manager for a very significant project, the Harbor Bridge. And then in 2018, Valente was appointed as the lead for the Corpus Christi district engineer. So Valente has been one of my key persons that I met 5 years ago and that we've continued to work with on projects across the city. I thought it'd be important just to recognize him. I know he's trying to probably sneak out quietly, but let me just talk a little bit about TxDOT. So TxDOT organizes their transportation system across the state in 25 different districts. And this district here that Valente has overseen comprises 10 counties, so it's a real big reach. Not only does he do work for our county, for Nueces County, but that reach also includes Aransas, Bee, Goliad, Jim Wells, Karnes County, Clayburgh, Live Oak, Refugio, and San Patricio as well. In his capacity as the lead for the organization here, he's overseen just under 500 employees every day in the work that they do across that big district. The Corpus Christi district is responsible for planning, for the design, for the construction, and the maintenance and operation of the state transportation system across those 10 counties. So as district engineer, in addition to leading his organization, Valente also represents TxDOT on our very important local metropolitan planning organization, policy committee. He assists in the planning and coordinating of transportation improvements that benefit Corpus Christi and those surrounding communities as well. So aside from that, we also know that Valente has been instrumental in his team in working with the city and other agencies around our area during times of natural disaster, whether it's a cold event or a hurricane event. Valente and his team are right there with us, and so that's important. I don't think you find that in all cases across the state. He also helps, and his team does, on things to prepare for traffic surges during major holidays like a 4th of July or a Memorial Day, so we're appreciative of that. So throughout his tenure, Valente has worked closely with the city of Corpus Christi, with local, state, and federal partners to deliver significant transportation projects to not only Corpus Christi, but really the coastal bend area. And we know some of these projects, but I'll just highlight 3 of them. The Harbor Bridge has been one that he's worked on, and we're not sure if he's going to be the first driver over it or not, but we're hoping, Valente. That is a $1.4 billion project of other people's money, as we like to say. So that's a very important project for this community to continue economic development and growth. He also was instrumental in the improvements to Interstate 37 from Redbird Lane to U.S. Highway 77. That was an $86 million project. And then finally, another one to note is the South Padre Island SPID, as we know it, reconstruction from Leopard Street to all the way down to Flower Bluff Drive. That's that massive project that really modernized and made it look great, the SPID. So that was a $50 million project. So these projects not only improve transportation efficiency, as we know, but they also promote economic development and enhance the quality of life for us here and for visitors across the region. So Valente will always be remembered for his, at least here from us from the city, Valente, you'll be remembered because of your dedication, your great communication skills, your calm demeanor and tireless work ethic and passion for improving our infrastructure in Corpus Christi and the coastal bend. And Valente, we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. We as an organization and the mayor and council didn't want you to go unnoticed. We want to recognize the work that you've done, recognize the retirement, and just tell you thank you for being a great partner of the city, a great partner for the region, and a strong professional that we've worked with and will miss. So Valente,
Yeah.
Mayor, yeah.
You can go ahead.
Let me start with thank you, and if you'd allow me, I'll take the opportunity. This may be my last time at this capacity. Valente Olivares, District Engineer, TxDOT. So I'm really humbled by the recognition. I wasn't expecting this. I think you said a few words there that for me stand out the most, right? It's being able to leave a lasting relationship between the Texas Department of Transportation's local office and the cities that we work with, especially here, our headquarters city, which is the city of Corpus Christi. So we understand there's challenges within locally, the county, and the state. There's limitations of what we can and can't do, but when we work together as a team, that makes it a lot easier to find ways around some of these challenges to get things done. And I will, not just because Peter called me up here, but I will say my time here since Peter's been here and the team that he's put together and been around with, it's just been night and day in the way we're able to work together to get things done. We're not always going to agree. I mean, I don't think he's in that position just to agree with anything anybody tells him, and I'm not in this position to just agree with anything anybody tells me, but we find ways to find solutions. I think that's what the public just needs from us, so I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Valente, thank you. I'm going to echo what the city manager just mentioned. I work closely with Valente on the MPO board, and you have been very, very instrumental. I mean, really, your position is critical in what moves forward. He's in charge of, not in charge of, but very instrumental of everything that happens within the state of Texas and in transportation and so many other things. But it has been a real pleasure, and you have been a real asset, and we consider you part of our team. So we welcome, whoever comes in after you, but they've got big shoes to fill. And I made one little note that I got to get with you before your last day.
For the 31st?
Before the 31st. But thank you for everything you've put in. We really, you've been such a team player, and we appreciate you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Yes.
Thank you all.
We have just a couple of small gifts. We're going to walk down to Valente. We did want to buy him something more significant. We were going to chip in, but TxDOT has some pretty strict rules on gift giving, so we were able to stay within the confines. So I'm going to walk down something Valente, and we have several people there from Public Works. Ernesto De La Garza would have been here, but he's taking some leave with his family. He's on vacation, so we know we're real fortunate to have Ernesto. A lot of his upbringing was in TxDOT, so he worked with Valente as well. So Valente, just say right there, we're coming down.
I'm worried about that smile on his face.
Okay, we do not have any signs, so.
Wow, that's really nice. You want me to get over? Where do you want me to?
Yeah.
That looks good. With a picture too. Yeah.
All right.
You sure you show
Yeah. The audience is there. You guys want to come up, Renee? Yeah, Renee and
Want to stand this way,
Yeah.
take a picture? On that
Yeah.
side?
all the Public Works people. Yeah, come on up. Oh, good. Okay.
You got on the other side?
You guys want to go on the other side? Okay. Mayor, sorry.
Can I have?
These are standard.
Can you two come center?
And Mayor, that concludes the city manager's report for this morning.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Peter. Before we move on, Peter, I want to commend our staff. You know, since the last council meeting and this council meeting, we had a little storm that we dodged, and we have been helping our neighbors in Houston, but they've gone through I'm going to say the worst of it, but I want to commend our staff. I want to commend our Public Works Department, Parks and Rec, and many other departments, too many to name because it takes a team, but it's unbelievable what you don't see happen in the background. This team, this city was ready. We were prepared, and we were ready to go. And when I say that, there's probably a better way of saying that. It's just amazing, the coordination, and it takes coordination. If you can imagine, when you don't really know what's coming, right? We were all watching our televisions and listening to see what was heading our way. We don't know the destruction it's going to, what that is going to take place. What our city teams, the way they reacted to this and the way they were ready every meeting I was in, it's just amazing. I have to commend all of them. So Peter, and thank you because you're the lead of those teams.
Yeah.
I'm just so impressed and so I'm just so proud. Thank you. I hope they're all listening. We recognize our police officers, our firefighters, and everybody upstairs and out in the city.
Right.
Thank you for everything that you did because they were ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for recognizing them. We did spend several days where you have to drop everything and just get the community ready. It's not the city organization, it's the community. And our number one job is to protect their life and their property and their pets. And so, fortunately, we dodged it, but it was a good exercise to see how prepared we are and how ready this organization is to deal with those types of events. So thank you for recognizing.
Absolutely. And I want to thank I think it's about 10 officers that we sent over to Houston. Correct? 11 officers. 11 officers in 5 units, I think it was, to go help them. The bigger cities around Houston did so. They were all asked to please help, and everybody did. And so I think they're on their way back now. But that is what we do. We help one another, and so I thank them. I think that was a voluntary deal, and so we appreciate, them stepping up and walking into the fire, and helping our neighbors. So, moving on, we'll go to section F, and we're a few minutes early, 10 minutes, but we'll go ahead and start with public comment. So as we proceed to section F, I would like to take a moment just to emphasize the importance of this business meeting. We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our City Council policy, which has been in place over 30 years. Public comment serves as only one avenue for communication, but obviously not the sole avenue. You can also reach our members of this council or the members of this council by way of phone calls, emails, or even by scheduling an in-person appointment. With that said, let's proceed to public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to this policy. Before I begin, I would like to ask City Attorney Miles Rusley to please review the council meeting rules of decorum, and these rules will also be displayed on the television screens for our audience's reference. Mr. Rusley.
City Council rules of decorum. All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the City Council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and City Council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the City Council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order in which they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. Please state your name and address prior to speaking. You have 2 opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. First is at this present time, and second when the item is actually heard. So please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. Upon completion of the allocated time, a buzzer will signal the conclusion of your comments. And if you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to our city secretary before speaking, and she will pass it along to us. And that concludes my introduction to public comment. So we will start, it's 11:52, and we will start with our first commenter, and that is Pooja Binding-Navel.
Does my time start before or after my name and address? Pooja Binding-Navel, 309 Cape Cod. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Pooja Binding-Navel. You may recall me having spoken earlier this term about the importance of our public libraries. I'm here again as an advocate for those who benefit the most from our libraries, the poor, the underprivileged, and as a mother of 5, I speak for the children. There has been much discussion of banning or moving library books. To the vast majority of people, this doesn't make a difference. It is incredibly easy to get library cards in other cities and states. I myself hold them in 4 different municipalities. There has been talk of moving books so that children need approval from parents to check out books, but they already do need approval. When you sign up for a library card, you sign that you're responsible for your children. As with all city services, the library is there to provide a service to citizens, but citizens need to use their own mind, just as I am responsible for making sure that my 4-year-old crosses the city-provided streets within the city-provided crosswalk safely, and I am responsible for watching the same child who is not yet water safe at the natatorium. Even though there are city-provided lifeguards, I am responsible for monitoring the materials that my children check out from the library, and monitor I do. I have spent quite a lot of time this summer reading books my older children are reading, and much of the time at the library with my younger children, helping them choose books. On the issues of diversity and inclusion and the removal of books, librarians have studied and assessed the community as well as listened to community feedback. I know this because my children have requested library books. By needlessly sidestepping professionals, you risk a very slippery slope of removing all books. The following books from our local public library represent the diversity and inclusion we have in Corpus Christi. They are also, for the most part, books that cannot happen or have not happened yet. Diary of a Worm. A worm recounts his days. Little Red Riding Hood and the Dragon, a Chinese take on an old German fairy tale. If you did not know, Little Red Riding Hood was German. Fiesta Fiasco, a book that teaches English and Spanish and a good lesson about friendship. The Top Secret Files of Mother Goose. Mother Goose, an old French fairy tale character, investigates her fairy tale friends. If you did not know, Mother Goose was historically French. Oh, The Top Secret Files of Mother Goose. Bharatanatyam and Ballet Shoes, a book about classical Indian dancing meeting classical Italian dance. If you did not know, ballet is originally Italian. This strikes a particular chord with me as I'm a classical Indian dancer, and my daughter, my youngest daughter, is a classical Indian dancer and a classical ballet dancer. Should you want more on the slippery slope of removing books, I encourage you to read Our Missing Hearts by Celeste Ng. Though this one is a library copy from one of our libraries, there are many more available at the public libraries. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pooja. I'm sorry. We don't allow, no, not for you, but just the applauding. Let's respect, that's our decorum. Thank you. Next, we have Sean Flanagan.
My name's Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street. I'm here today to praise y'all. Couple things. Number one, removed from the agenda was the discussion of implementation of impact fees. Due to the possibility of increased costs, the constitutional ramifications of the April of this year Supreme Court decision on impact fees, the budgetary deal about bringing on more people to run a program of impact fees. There's a lot of negative consequences from impact fees that you need to really carefully review, so I'm glad you decided to take some more time. Hats off to you. Second deal was about 6 months ago you changed the composition of the library board, and that was a necessary deal. There were some problems, and the problems dealt with, and what they're doing in the process of doing, and I'm not sure the final stage is going to be some changes in some of the procedures they use to check out or to not check out, but to purchase books at the librarian staff level. The problem was the way that the procedures are written now, they do not view people as individuals. They view people as members of an identity group. As such, they do not treat identity groups equally. Some groups are privileged. Other groups are not privileged. That's a problem. Here's what they're trying to do. The implications of what their changes they're trying to make is to treat people as individuals and to treat everybody equally. So nobody's punished and nobody's privileged. Everybody's same. I thought that was the American way of doing business. And praise the Lord that you guys made a change in the board that they could see that this was an issue. Now you're going to get a lot of folks talking about this, and they're going to use different propaganda techniques. Straw man comes to mind. For instance, they're going to talk about a whole lot about something, and that's not what the library board's working on. They're going to say it's the end of the world, that they are prejudicing against certain groups of people, or they don't want these people in here. They won't have any books like this. That's nonsense. The change that they are working on is to make sure that everybody is treated equally and they are treated as individuals. The sky is not falling. People's hair doesn't need to be on fire. I believe the American experience is showing when you treat people equally, you don't privilege and you don't punish, you treat people equally, you get the best results for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Bob Catalano.
It should be 2 for each council member, if possible. Please. Oh, you ready? Bob Catalano, 201 Surfside Boulevard on North Beach. Well, I came to sing praises too to the council. You have really paid attention to North Beach, and I want to thank all of you for that. This administration has been very helpful to North Beach, which is needing help for years and years. I want to especially thank Mr. Sononi about that, and the mayor. Also, I wanted to mention that last time I was here, I mentioned there was rocks in the water that were dangerous, and a pavilion that. No, I mentioned the rocks, and the next couple of days, the city had all those rocks removed from the water. It was amazing. And then after that storm Alberto, it exposed a pavilion that had been out there for years and overturned the sidewalk in front of the house, and they were Johnny on the spot. The city was absolutely fantastic. Well, as a matter of fact, I want to thank Peter. This was Alberto, Peter and Mr. Dr. Neiman Young. They were out there the next day. They came to my house to check, make sure I was okay, and then they surveyed the area. So I really just want to thank you for that. Now, I wasn't going to pass out pictures, but I had reached out to Councilman Roy and Neiman to get someone to come and look at my property because you actually did some work. You had to encroach on my property to finish the park, and you had to take up at least 50% of my driveway. And I wasn't going to say this, but an hour before I came, I got a call from somebody from the city saying they were going to come out. And I had this conversation, and it was, you guys know that you left a part of my property a wreck. And he was there before. I says, I want somebody above you because you said to me, and which really got me fired up, and he said it. He said, look, Bob, it could be fixed, but it's going to cost money. Now, that sent me through the roof. I said to him, you're going to tell me you spent $6 million on a park. You come onto my property, and the city's going to sign off on abortion that looks like that? I got up. Now, on your pictures, let me get to those pictures real quick. On the pictures, you could see where the park is, and you could see my driveway. And there's a section where it says, grade as needed. Well, that's part of the project. You tear up my driveway, grade is needed. So that needs to be fixed. And I forgot what I was going to say next, but I'm out of time anyway. But I know you will take care of it. But I really got riled up from 1 hour ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Catalano. Ron Graben.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ron Graben, 202 Surfside Boulevard. I've said this in some of our North Beach meetings, but I don't think I've ever said this at council. I've mentioned that I think Peter is an angel that has been sent to our city, and in a lot of ways he has paid as much attention to North Beach as I think anybody has. And I'm not going to say that he has paid more attention because then I'll get criticized, but somehow I think in my mind he's paid a lot of attention to North Beach. When Alberto came in, it was devastating. I wasn't in town, but I got probably 150 pictures from people, and Robert Dodd's crew did a great job. I mean, they were responsive, considering it was a huge crisis, and they did a wonderful job. And so, as a resident, I really appreciate the response. I know we're trying to, I mentioned that about Peter because we are trying to work through the issues that we still have on North Beach about this dirt ordinance. And we are supposed to meet possibly this week. We'll see how it goes, but I think it's good that Peter will be in the room because he will hear firsthand. If Ron Graben said something, he'll hear it come out of my mouth, not what somebody else may have said Ron Graben said or anyone else on North Beach could have said. So I think that that's good, and I think tonight I have a board meeting, and we are going to, I think, ask for some of the representation at that meeting from our elected officials for the purpose, the same reason. We don't want you to get secondhand information saying this was said at the meeting and you were not there to hear what was said. So we look forward to that, and hopefully we're gonna really iron this thing out because it's been way too long and there's been too much back and forth, and it needs to get resolved, and it can be resolved, I think, and I think we all want the same thing. So let's just get it done, and we'll be in touch with you about that, okay? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Graben. Ana Salazar. No, I think it's Ana. Yeah. Yeah.
Ana Salazar, 2437 Gold Star. Good afternoon, council members, mayor. My name is Dr. Ana Salazar, pronouns she, her. I'm a small business owner as well. I'm gracious for your time today. Others will speak today, I think, on the council's inactions in regard to current library board and maintaining the integrity of their DEI initiatives. What I will share with you is part of the why this is important, the connection between DEI, social development, and mental health. I've been a counselor since 2012 and a Texas board-approved supervisor, and I have my doctorate in counselor education. It is my job to understand a person's history and their development. Early childhood through higher education experts acknowledge that for all children, removing access to diverse stories limits access to knowledge in order for them to interact in school in a crucial stage of their development. Cultures are misrepresented and stereotyped, leading to misinformation for how the world truly works. As they become teens, it becomes increasingly hard to teach them how to interact as their world becomes larger. Across each of these life stages, entering into adulthood, this lack of cultural literacy negatively impacts social development and their integration into our larger global society. This piece can even compound with other life factors into financial and career challenges, according to SAMHSA. Protecting diverse stories opens all children, teens, and adults to opportunities to be inspired and hope for a future. Without diversity and inclusion, the world is narrow, limited, and isolating. The CDC reports adult rates of depression and anxiety are continuously rising across all age groups in Texas. And the National Institute of Mental Health reports suicide is among the leading causes of death among all age groups. I say that because one of my specialties are crisis and suicide intervention. With over a decade of experience, what I offer my clients when they are on the brink of ending their life is hope. And as counselors, we often use stories to inspire them to keep pushing and to just live one more day. We see this use of stories throughout the mental health field as inspiration for our clients' futures. As marginalized people, there is value in identifying and understanding ourselves through media to not just survive, but to thrive in this world as well. Diversity and inclusion allows everyone to be seen, not just your stories, not just my stories like Latinidad, but also stories from our Black and brown brothers and sisters, and also our neurodivergent friends, our queer siblings, our neighbors and family with disabilities. Better yet, stories from people with more than one of these identities, called intersectionalities. Because we are all more than just one name or identity. Even you are more than just a council person. As a mental health expert, I implore you to understand the consequences of inaction if you fail to protect the accessibility of diverse and inclusive stories and media for your whole community and our whole community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salazar. Jesse Jenkins.
Good afternoon. Jesse Jenkins, 1027 Wilshire Place. I'm writing and speaking today as a concerned resident and local small business owner to discuss proposed changes to the drought contingency plan. I own Gill Garden Center and Landscape Company at 2810 Airline Road as well. I read in the Caller Times on July 11th that the council plans to review recommended changes to the drought plan sometime this month. According to that article, one of the proposed changes is to limit drip irrigation and hand watering plants to once every 2 weeks under stage 2 watering restrictions. To limit drip irrigation and hand watering to once every 2 weeks, the same way automatic sprinklers are limited, is too restrictive. Drip irrigation and hand watering are the most efficient ways to water. They're slow and effective with almost no runoff and no evaporation. By watering slowly, low to the ground, you can maintain depth moisture and force plant roots to dive down deeper for water, which allows them to withstand longer periods of no rain. During the summer and fall, without supplemental drip or hand watering as needed, to maintain that depth moisture, many plants, including blooming perennials, vegetable gardens, shrubs, and even some trees won't survive. A sensible limitation on drip irrigation and hand watering under stage 2 would be to limit both to before 10 a.m. or after 6 p.m. Even if we move to stage 3, drip irrigation and hand watering should still be allowed every other day as needed before 10 a.m. and after 6 p.m. If you move forward with the recommendation to limit drip irrigation and hand watering to once every 2 weeks, or to ban outdoor watering completely under stage 3, local businesses and local jobs will be at risk. Those in the real estate, tourism, events, hospitality, nursery and landscaping, and many more areas of local small businesses will struggle. Property values for homeowners will suffer. Not only will the appearance of our city not be inviting to visitors, the health and vibrancy of our city and our local environment will suffer. Since we know that residential users account for less than half of overall water use, and since we know that only a portion of those users choose to improve their landscapes, and only a portion of those users go through the effort of installing drip irrigation or hand watering their landscapes, we know that that rule wouldn't amount to enough water savings to justify the negative impacts. Please consider my comments when you're reviewing the proposed changes to the drought contingency plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Justin Love.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Justin Love, 4330 Crested Butte Drive. I'm speaking today as a student pastor here in Corpus Christi against the promotion of DEI and LGBT ideologies that some here today seek to establish in our public library system. Some of you may think that passing such an inclusion of these ideologies will do no harm. This is a deeply erroneous thought. DEI and LGBT content should be rejected soundly here and around our nation. The ideologies from these groups bully them into the public sphere and are destructive to human flourishing. Firstly, the pro-LGBT movement is a perverse religion that demands its fealty to its orthodoxy that if you do not obey, you will be excommunicated. It cannot reproduce, and so it indoctrinates, which is now why we have young students performing sexually in drag across the United States. This pagan religion is forced upon the youngest who have not yet had the ability to develop or ascertain what is true, right, or noble, and therefore are the first to be victimized by forcing a LGBT lifestyle within them with DEI pre-installed. The Gay Liberation Manifesto of 1971 clearly stated that equality is never going to be enough. Quote, "What is needed is a total societal revolution, a complete reordering of society." And the goal then, even from Pride Corpus Christi here, is not equality. It is the complete upheaval of the society of which we live, forming into the image of their false god. Secondly, the pro-LGBT movement and DEI ideology is dangerous and deadly to students. According to the Trevor Project released last year, 39% of students who claim to be LGBT have considered suicide, and 53% experience depression. The Trevor Project claims that this is due to harassment and bullying across the United States. And as a Christian and as a pastor, I will say that is absolutely abhorrent and evil because they are image bearers of the Almighty God. However, it is not the case that they are rejected from our society because they are celebrated. They are told, however, by the same councils, institutes, and movements that they are rejected. And this repetitious lie causes them to believe it. The claim should be heard on deaf ears because LGBT and DEI ideology are currently spread and installed in nearly every level of government, public institution, and entertainment company. DEI and pro-LGBT groups bully societies into submission that presupposes that people should be given special treatment rather than achieving greatness or glory from their own effort and merit. This movement does not love your children, council. It despises them. It hates you and it hates your family. It would have your children, your coworkers, your friends believe that they are victims of an arbitrary group called aggressors and that there is no escaping it. This is an evil thought. My plea, relieve yourself from egregious ideology that hides its venomous fangs behind lips of lust and lies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Love. Robert Kimes.
Hello, my name is Robert Kimes. I live at 706 Texas Avenue, District 2. Well, you can see why we need things like DEI after what we just heard. So, I am the director of the Coastal Bend Pride Center. I'm also the vice president of Pride Corpus Christi. The reason these organizations exist is to protect our LGBT kids and our LGBT family in South Texas from rhetoric like what we just heard. So it is very difficult in South Texas sometimes to exist and be LGBT and know that we're safe in our area. So it's very scary to know that there's people on our library board that are trying to get rid of DEI policies and protections in the intake policy for books. Because personally, I grew up in a very small town in Texas, and my library in my high school did not have any books that represented the LGBT identities, and it was so isolating. I was very alone in my upbringing and didn't know that there were other people like me out there. It was awful, honestly. So it's amazing right now that there are books for kids to access and to read at the appropriate age level in the library system so that they can find themselves in stories and that they can see that they aren't alone, that there is other people like them in this world and that they can survive in this world. And so it's distressing to see that the library board or members of the library board are trying to get rid of DEI protections and policies. So I do encourage you to take a look into what's going on in that library board and see that, just kind of listen to all the public comments that are being made, because there's a lot like the ones that we just heard that are very anti-LGBT, that are very negative toward our experience and want to silence our voices in our Corpus Christi city and the surrounding coastal bend. So I very much encourage you to hop in and take a look at what's going on at the library board and make sure that our LGBT voices, our kids, our family members, our community are protected and that their stories are recognized. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kimes. Mariah Boone.
I'm Mariah Boone. I live at 710 Ponder Street in District 2. I come to you because I am concerned about what I have heard about members of the library board wanting to change processes to restrict certain kinds of books. I pretty much raised my daughters at Neyland Library. We used to go to a pajama story time every week, and in the summers when I was teaching and had summers off, we would go and do summer reading club and the craft times. Both my daughter's Girl Scout troops did community service projects at the library, and when they were young teenagers, they volunteered at the libraries during the summers. So it was a big part of our life. For religious reasons, when my daughters were very small and still in the developmental phase that Maria Montessori referred to as the absorbent mind, I was very strict about their media consumption. And as a parent, I felt like it was my job to teach my family's values to my children, and my children knew that we had very strict rules about any kind of violent media, and I monitored them and made sure that what they were accessing was consistent with our family's values. Now, I would never presume to say that every family in Corpus Christi needed to follow my family's religion and my family's values. The library is for everyone, and there are all kinds of families in our community who have all different kinds of values, and the library should reflect that. And we're very fortunate that we have very well-educated experts in how to build collections that have everything that the community, the many, many different groups in the community may want to read, and those people are librarians. And they should be the ones making the decisions about what's in our libraries, because they're the ones who have the education and expertise to do so. I should be the ones making decisions for my family, and other parents should make the decisions for their family. But I wouldn't want other families making the decision to what my kids could access, and I'm not going to try to make decisions for what other families' kids can access. That is not my rule, and we really need to be careful that we do not allow people who don't have the education and who don't have the expertise, and also who seem to want to impose their values on other people, to be in control of this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Boone. Let's see, Mr. Holscher? Bill Holscher.
I like to do decorate. My name is Bill Helcher. I live at 525 Texas Avenue. I'm a lifelong resident of Corpus Christi. I'm here today with deep concern regarding the educational and cultural standing of Corpus Christi. Our city currently ranks 141st out of 150 U.S. metropolitan statistical areas, positioning us as seventh least educated city in the United States. We are also the third least educated in Texas. Only 21.8% of our population holds a bachelor's degree or higher, and we rank 74th out of 75 U.S. cities of similar size in literary resources. The recent trend of banning books is particularly alarming. Such actions diminish our community's empathy, critical thinking skills, and awareness of social issues. Those advocating for book bans often target marginalized groups who already face significant challenges, including negative mental health impacts, economic suppression, and educational disparities due to systematic discrimination. This form of censorship is akin to bullying, amid asserting dominance over those vulnerable populations and those in decision-making positions. Some appointed to influence censorship decisions are recognized in an extremist group called the Mothers of Liberty, now locally known as the Citizens Defending Freedom, who seek to limit access to information on diversity and inclusion. This agenda runs counter to the principles of equity and respect. Diversity and inclusion are essential for fostering innovation, creativity, and a wider range of perspectives. This empower marginalized voices, enhance organizational performance, and reflect the richness of our society. Without a commitment to these values, our community risks perpetuating the inequalities that hinder progress. Historically, changes in perspective have been critical for advancing rights, such as women gaining financial freedom, and minorities achieving fair treatment in employment and education. I urge you as leaders to set an example by promoting equality and diversity. Let us build a community where everyone can live safely and achieve economic success. By embracing these values, we can create a Corpus Christi that is not only more inclusive, but also more prosperous and resilient. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hulsher. Tracy Anderson Tellado.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Tracy Anderson Tellado. My address is 6902 Vineyard Drive. I am here to respectfully remind this council that the First Amendment prevents government restrictions on speech, including acts of censorship. Therefore, any reduction in access to library materials based on an individual's or group's belief that they are harmful or offensive is an act of censorship and thus a violation of our First Amendment rights. As a parent, I find it unconscionable that my ability to decide what is appropriate for my children is being superseded by the arbitrary decisions of a group of strangers. Libraries are for everyone. And when books that reflect the diversity of the world are removed from shelves, it does an extreme disservice to us all by narrowing our view of the world. Furthermore, all young people deserve to see themselves reflected in a library's books. All means all. Black children, brown children, queer children, differently abled children, and white children. Each one should have the delight of discovering themselves in the pages. As an individual, I find it abhorrent and insulting that my intelligence is being questioned insofar as my ability to decide what to read for myself. Please reject the civilian effort to review and change the current Corpus Christi Public Library Collection Development Policy, which is already scheduled for a review by city staff in August of 2025. Please do not allow the city and the CCPL Advisory Library Board to violate the Open Meetings Act by not giving notice and information about the scheduled meetings. Librarians are professionals who are trained not to impose their own thoughts and opinions on which ideas are right, but to make knowledge and ideas available so that people have the freedom to choose what to read. Please respect and include librarians in our library's collection, development, and reconsideration process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson-Tejado. Becky Mueller.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Becky Moeller. I reside at 7217 Sparkle C in Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm speaking today about the Library Advisory Board and the new subcommittee. However, I'm not going to talk about censorship. I'm going to talk about the opinion that I have that city business is supposed to be conducted in public. City business should be conducted in the open in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Previous city leaders agreed, as you will see in the handout I left for you earlier this morning. The Library Advisory Board, the folks who are on the board, they applied, they were vetted, I assume, and you guys voted for a number of them, and then a previous council voted for some of the others. But they are the sitting advisory board. However, some appointed members are denied attendance to the subcommittee meetings. The very folks that you voted for, some of them cannot attend the subcommittee meetings where this development policy is going to be discussed. When they were asked at the last meeting, a member was told she could not go to the subcommittee meeting because she wasn't on the subcommittee, because that would constitute a quorum. Duh. Yeah, it would constitute a quorum. So why are we operating in secret? The public taxpayers, the renters, the job holders, the job seekers, the youth, the retirees like me may not attend either. We don't have a voice in that subcommittee meeting. I gave you your own document off the website, off the City of Corpus Christi website. Look at City Ordinance 10.2.4. A, B, and C, but B and C are the important ones I think for us to talk about today. B, all members of all other boards, ad hoc committees, and task force are directed to follow the Texas Open Meetings Act. C, no closed meeting may be conducted except with prior approval of the city attorney. I know you can't answer my questions, but I'm going to ask this question anyway. Has the city attorney given them prior approval to hold a secret meeting in violation of your own city ordinance that I printed yesterday from the website? I know you can't answer that question, but I hope that someone will take a look at that. Has the city attorney given such approval? If so, shame on our city. If not, why is this secret committee allowed to block duly appointed board members to attend the subcommittee meetings and citizens who pay for the library, like everyone in this room probably, to attend that meeting as well and listen and perhaps provide input? If so, if it's been given, then that's another decision, another discussion we'll have at a very soon meeting. I hope that approval has not been given. When secrecy is allowed, it begs to ask, why? Why secret? Why closed? Thank you for your time. It's a very serious subject.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. And Mr. Risley, could you clarify or let us, Ms. Mueller, at least know or us know where that lies?
The Open Meetings Act applies to a quorum.
Right, but I think her question is about the subcommittee.
If it's less than a quorum, then the Open Meetings Act doesn't require that it be open. The Open Meetings Act applies to a quorum. That's the law.
Mayor, look at your own document.
Okay.
10.2.4C.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to get some more clarity on that. Autumn Yeager.
Good afternoon. I'm Autumn Yeager. I live at 1035 Wilshire Place. I'm here to speak about the issues that are plaguing our libraries. I'm a longtime Corpus Christi resident, and I'm also a local public school teacher. As a public school teacher, I understand that to serve my community, I must support each and every student, regardless of their race, gender, or sexual orientation. Oh, sorry, talking in front of kids is different than adults. When I chose this career, I understood that commitment, and I hope all of you understand that commitment you have made to serve all of Corpus Christi, not just those who aligned with your particular viewpoints. I'm now entering my 7th year as a public school teacher, and through my time teaching, I've seen firsthand a rise in hate and discrimination against the LGBT community and other members in marginalized communities. I've witnessed the harassment my own school and our own library are facing because of censorship. And now we're seeing it at our public libraries. When you censor a group of people because of their race, gender, and sexual orientation, you are telling them that they are wrong, that they should be ashamed, that they should hide who they are, that they should cease to exist. I have seen these effects firsthand. Have you ever had to stay with a child and make sure that they were never alone because they had attempted suicide because of bullying? I have. The decisions you make here as a public servant affect us all. Attempting to erase groups within our community would be a failure to our commitment to serve all of our community. Do not let hate lead you. Just because you do not understand someone because they are different than you doesn't mean that they are wrong or that they should not exist. When you make your decisions, I want you to think of each and every person within our community. I want you to think of the child who has been bullied into believing they should not exist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Yeager. Rachel Caballero? Rachel? Don't think she's here. Gail Bush?
Good afternoon. I grew up going to the library every week as a child, and when I was raising my children here in Corpus Christi, I also brought them to the library every week. I really believe that public libraries go hand in hand with public schools in being taxpayer-funded entities that provide very important parts of the education that people need to be successful and effective members of the community. A thing that I love about reading is that it's an opportunity to find out what it is like to be someone else, someone who's different than I am. I recognize that not everybody is looking for that in books, but as many people have said here today, it's very important that people be able to see their own experience in the books that they read, and that's everyone. I don't believe that special interest groups who are not appointed need to be involved in the selection of books for public library collections. I believe that that job should be done by librarians who are, after all, experts who are aware of what is needed in order to provide reading material that serves everyone in our community. Thank you for your time.
Ma'am.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My name is Gail Bush, 468 Homecrest Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Alexandra Gray?
Alexandra Gray. I live at 6515 Ocean Drive, 506A. I would like to begin with a reading from the American Library Association's Library Bill of Rights. It was originally published with this introductory statement. Today, indications in many points of the world point to growing intolerance, suppression of free speech, and censorship affecting the rights of minorities individuals. This was written in 1938. It reads as such: the American Library Association affirms that all libraries are forums for information and ideas, and that the following basic policies should guide their services. 1. Books and other library resources should be provided for the interest, information, and enlightenment of all people of the community the library serves. Materials should not be excluded because of the origin, background, or views of those contributing to their creation. 2, libraries should provide materials and information presenting all points of view on current and historical issues. Materials should not be prescribed or removed because of partisan or doctrinal disapproval. 3, libraries should challenge censorship in the fulfillment of their responsibility to provide information and enlightenment. 4, libraries should cooperate with all persons and groups concerned with resisting abridgment of free expression and free access to the ideas. Clearly, the attempted censorship of DEI books expressly goes against what libraries stand for. Look, you cannot keep the world out. Especially in the age of the internet, it is impossible to effectively censor these topics, but what you do accomplish when you deem a topic or set of identities dangerous or perverse, you are telling everyone whose lives reflect those topics, whose lives reflect those stories, that they are the ones who are dangerous and perverse, that they are not welcome in our community, and that they are not welcome to be around our children. You make monsters of community members and promote isolation among ourselves, which does nothing and protects no one. I urge the subcommittee to not let their fear lead us to division and censorship among our libraries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. Connor Rice.
Good afternoon. Connor Rice, 714 Robert Drive. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. I come before you today with a deep sense of duty for our community, and I'm advocating for these principles of equality, justice, and the importance of collaboration in regarding to the recent happenings of this library board. In America today, the very fabric of our nation is being torn apart. We know that. We've never felt more divided and we're fixated on our differences. One of my neighbors, Sarah, she's in her 80s, I'm in my 20s. She's retired, and I'm just getting started. She's a Republican, I'm a Democrat. And we couldn't be more different. But we both love Corpus Christi. We both love Islander basketball. We both love cooking. And we're both proud Americans. You know, we disagree passionately on a lot of issues, but we're friends and we respect each other. Politics is important, but it shouldn't define us or destroy our relationships. We both agreed on this. Our local libraries have always been a beacon of learning and gateways to understanding the diverse tapestry of this human experience. The recent attacks on DEI threatens to undermine these very values. The issue is not about partisanship or political gain, it's about upholding the principles that bind us together in our society. In this great time of division, we remember that the power of working together, even with those whom we disagree, it is crucial that we reject extremism on both sides, and we find common ground that reflects the values of the vast majority of us right in the middle. The current situation with Moms for Liberty, who seeks to silence these marginalized voices and guides on this protection of our community. See, people are telling you this isn't really happening, but just weeks ago, Moms for Liberty in a Kansas federal court filed to strip civil rights for LGBTQ youth across this country. It is no surprise that members of our community are echoing these fears you're hearing today. Our libraries have to reflect a rich diversity of all of us in this community. They should be places that young people can see themselves and the experiences are represented. It is not about just protecting books. It's about protecting the rights of all individuals to access information and learn from all of our perspectives. Let us come together regardless of our differences to stand against censorship and uphold the value of freedom, equality, and justice for all. This is a call for action to everyone who believes in the power of knowledge and importance of an inclusive society. And let me leave you with this, Micah 6:8, which reminds us that let's act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with God. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Meredith Grantham.
Hi, I'm Meredith Grantham, 3605 Swiss. Good morning, or I guess it's afternoon by now. Good afternoon. I come before you as a resident of District 3, and as a member of this community, I stand firmly against any attempt to change library policy that removes DEI that represent LGBTQI individuals and minority populations. Banning only silences important voices, but also perpetuates ignorance and discrimination. Everyone deserves the opportunity to see themselves reflected in literature and to learn about the experiences of others. Censorship is a denial of their existence and their stories, which are valid and deserving of respect. Such actions not only harm individuals who identify with these communities, but also hinder our collective understanding of diversity and inclusion. Instead, we should promote education, empathy, and understanding. Literature serves as a bridge between different cultures, identities, and perspectives. By embracing diverse literature, we enrich our communities and foster a more tolerant and inclusive society. Let us uphold the principles of intellectual freedom and celebrate the richness of diversity in literature. I urge you, City Council, to reject any efforts of policy change that silences these identities or experiences that they portray. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Grantham. Maggie Peacock.
Goodness, okay. Maggie Peacock, they, them, 1773 Ennis Jocelyn Road. I am here today to tell y'all to not get rid of the Library of DEI books and policies. I was going to talk about how DEI policies and books have been instrumental in promoting representation and diversity and inclusion and all of that good stuff. But I was, as a queer individual, listening to very hateful rhetoric, I was very overwhelmed. And so I'm going to try to rearrange my comment. So DEI initiatives are the bare minimum when it comes to addressing systemic injustices. As a queer individual myself, I was raised in a very small, very conservative town, and I had no queer representation in my books. That town was trying to hide queer people because that threatened their perfect little beautiful status quo. The hateful rhetoric we heard earlier was twisting data on how queer people are oppressed in this system and using it for their own oppressive rhetoric. Why do you think queer people have incredibly high rates of suicide? It's because every day we hear people, like earlier, call us perverts. And it's true, we want liberation. Hateful rhetoric earlier was like, queer equal rights is not enough, we want liberation, and that is true. That's what we are working towards as queer people. Equal rights is not enough. We want liberation from systems that uplift white Christian nationalist rhetoric like we heard earlier. If y'all vote to get rid of DEI initiatives, that is not doing what y'all think it's going to do. It's not going to get rid of queer young kids. We are here and we have always been here. It's just going to make life so much harder for them, and I don't assume y'all would be investing in mental health services that address the turmoil queer kids are going through. You know how hard it is for queer kids to hear that the library board or the city council is debating whether or not to ban books about their own very lives and identities. It's hard. Ultimately, this decision is not progress like y'all think it is. It's not keeping community members safe. You're harming us. We are moving in the wrong direction. I'm more anxious than usual today speaking on this because it is hard hearing all of that hateful rhetoric. But I'm also so proud of the community here that are standing up and fighting for what's right. Lastly, if I have time, I want to talk about IDAs. The original purpose of IDAs was to encourage industrial growth, and the damage has already been done. These industries have infiltrated the coastal bend. They are destroying our bay and precious ecosystems. They are polluting our air, giving our communities asthma and cancer, and they should start paying their full taxes owed. Again, this is the bare minimum. We are fighting for the bare minimum when it comes to social justice and clean environment in Corpus Christi, and y'all should be ashamed. So, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Peacock. Tom Tagliabue.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Tagliabue. I live at 6025 Ocean Drive. I'd like to address also the library collection development policy. The current policy is great. It doesn't need to change. The subcommittee that exists, its existence is divisive and driven by interests not aligned with professional community-focused libraries. I encourage council to disband the subcommittee. I believe the subcommittee is exceeding its advisory role and encroaching into library operations. The subcommittee's goal is to dictate the job duties and responsibilities of qualified, educated, well-trained, dedicated library employees. That is the job of the city manager. The collections development policy correctly expresses the commitment of the library to provide the entire Corpus Christi community with access to books, ideas, and knowledge, and to fostering a library for all, emphasis on all. The policy properly protects the freedom of all patrons and strikes a fair balance by acquiring a wide variety of materials and subjects serving the needs of all ages, faiths, genders, ethnicities, cultures, and education levels in Corpus Christi. The policy rightly expresses the collection does not constitute or imply agreement with or approval of the content or the viewpoint that the materials convey. Why does that need to change? Some board members have a narrow agenda and do not share the commitment to serve all of our community. According to your own board and commission website, the library board is supposed to seek citizen input on community needs. Clearly, by holding their secretive non-public meetings, the collections development policy, the subcommittee and the board itself are ignoring their basic responsibilities as board members and disregarding public input on such a significant matter. Their misguided and ill-informed crusade against racial minorities, women, and the LGBTQ+ community should disqualify them from continuing to serve on the library board. It's plausible that the departure from professional library standards will result in eliminating materials about important historical figures and civil and human rights leaders. Will you change the name of the Dr. Clotilde Garcia Library because she fought for racial equality? Will you bury the important civil rights stories involving LULAC, American GI Forum, the League of Women Voters, the NAACP, the United Farm Workers Union, La Raza Unida, PFLAG, Pride Corpus Christi, even your own City Human Relations Commission? It may seem far-fetched, but I promise you the actions that they're proposing will cause far more emotional and psychological harm. Don't believe the gossip and fear-mongering of pornographies in our library or indoctrination and grooming of children. Statements like that are an insult to the library staff and an affront to oppressed minorities.
Thank you, Mr. Tagliabue. Laramie Fain.
Good afternoon, Laramie Fain, 322 Texas. It's my understanding that by virtue of being born, we were endowed with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. To put another way, each individual has the right to decide and discover for themselves who they are. You're not defending freedom or standing for liberty by removing the tools and resources that allow people these abilities of self-discovery. You cannot dictate what people may or may not read, watch, think, or be, and call it liberty. We have the freedom to decide these things for ourselves. We have the right to self-actualization. And a society of fully realized individuals is a stronger and better one. I would encourage anyone that is interested in banning books to spend more time reading them. And I would like to take the last of my time to apologize to the people in this room, many of whom I know, for the hateful things that were said today that were directed at them. I'm just very sorry, and for whatever it's worth, I love you, I see you. For anyone watching, I'm just sorry for the things that were said here today. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Fain. Melissa Nusate?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Melissa Newsett at 6530 Peacock Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78414. Before I start talking about my subject, I would like to say that I'm 100% in agreement with the kids and everybody that's old and young that has come up here to say that diversity is our right. And I want you to know that I have a very loved little one, that we know what he is not. And we love him, and we want him to be able to go to a library and see what exactly he identifies with, okay? And many of you may be in a situation one of these days where you have one of these little baby ones that you know is not what they are. And they need love, they feel hate, they feel like they don't belong in this community. And that, we can't have that. Our evolution needs to grow. Now I'll talk about what I'm here about. I'm here about the dogs. We had our hopes really high when this council decided to put the spay and neuter laws into effect. But sadly, there's not enough money for enforcement. And I have 23 puppies at my house right now, little tiny puppies that while I'm taking care of 2,300 are being born. And you can look on Craigslist, you can look on Nextdoor, free. These free puppies become strays as soon as the people that are uninvolved in this city realize that they're going to pee on the floor or they're going to go chew on their television or whatever. You've got to get people to go door to door and see if these dogs are microchipped and see if they're spayed and neutered. And if they're not, they need to get a citation. And then the citation needs to have some bite to it. If they don't have to pay any money, it's going to continue. I went down the street yesterday and I fed 15 dogs that were starving. Those dogs will next eat cats and they will next eat kids. This is a big problem in Corpus Christi. We're only second to New Orleans in the whole United States. That's not a good statistic. We don't want to be that. And I'll let you know this too, the LGBTQ community are some of our best fosters. And this council needs to help us. We're begging you to help us with this dog situation. Euthanizing, okay, I get it. You can build an animal control as tall as Spawn Hospital with bunches and bunches of kennels. But if you don't stop the babies from being born and them from breaking the law, the people that are causing the problem, if they don't get charged, if they don't get fined, if the judges don't make them pay, if it's not on their water bill, they don't feel it. They don't feel it. Puppies and more puppies and kittens and colonies are going to continue. We need your help, and we're begging.
Thank you, Ms. Newsett. Thank you. Paulo Salazar? Paulo Salazar?
He stepped out talking about Mission 901 on the agenda. Is this time to do it for the ESG grant?
Well, no, but it has to be, I think it has to be him, doesn't it? Yeah, it has to be him.
Okay.
Yeah. Did he leave?
He just stepped out.
Okay, well, he can come back and, yeah. Cameron Rhodes.
Good afternoon. Cameron Rhodes, 4605 Weiskopf Lane. I'm a former high school teacher. I used to teach high school. I had the privilege of meeting, sorry, I'm probably gonna cry. I had the privilege of meeting a very kind and bright young man my last year of teaching who took his own life. I know that he was gay and his family did not support him. There are people in this room who want to create a world in which children that I care about personally think that they're better off dead than alive, and that is true. When people seek to sterilize our libraries of diverse voices, when you vilify stories for including queer content, that's what you're doing. Queer children deserve to grow up into happy and healthy queer adults, and they deserve to see themselves represented in the stories they read. The Corpus Christi Public Library Collection Development Policy protects us from people trying to pillage our community libraries. It protects our constitutional First Amendment right to free speech. It states that our library will not make decisions for other people's children. You can make choices for yourself and your children and your family, not for other people's families. My bad. It also establishes the library's dedication to representing diverse voices because representation really matters. It matters for kids. It matters for the kids that I teach. They deserve to see themselves represented in stories. They don't deserve to hear the kind of disgusting, vile, anti-LGBTQ rhetoric that's coming out of people's mouths in this room. I know my community. I love my community. We're not going to allow ourselves to be terrorized in this way, and we're going to protect our library. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. Are you tired of hearing about the library? Let me tell you, you created this monster. Each and every one of you that voted at the time to change the library board, as a whole, you created this monster. You are responsible for what's going on with all those people back here. And I tell you, I was appalled to hear a preacher talk on behalf of God the way he did. Because there is no one. God said very clearly, I came for sinners, not for saints. And I am proud to be one of those that will speak up for him, but not his words to turn against people that need to be protected. How dare you allow that to happen? And to our learned attorney that said, no bridge, you know, there wasn't a quorum. So they can go ahead and meet in secret in property that belongs to the city. You allow them to meet there in secret because they didn't have a quorum? I'm sorry. That is wrong. When you go after people of any kind, whether it's LBJ or any other diversity, they're wrong. They're wrong, and they're hurting those people, and they're hurting us. I actually came here to talk to you about your bond and the way I don't like the way that it's spread around, and Northside having their own committee and Flower Bluff having their own committee, but we in the West Side don't, so we're going to start one so you can come and hear what we have to say. That's what I came here to talk about. But after hearing the rhetoric of the library and hearing the ugliness that came forth from a pastor, I am appalled. I'm appalled that they represent God. I'm appalled that they represent people. I'm appalled that you, who sit on those chairs, created this problem with the library board. You took a whole board of people that were doing a great job and changed it because it was popular. Because you felt that it was the right thing to do. It wasn't. It was a political move, and you're paying for it. Good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Victoria Holland? Victoria Holland? Oh, you're coming. I'm sorry. I didn't see you. And then Paula, we'll bring you up after Victoria.
Hi, my name is Victoria Holland. I live at 235 Ohio Avenue. And yes, I am the director of Citizens Defending Freedom. I've been very transparent and public time and time again on my stance that all children deserve to have their shelves in libraries be a safe space with a catalog full of diverse, educationally suitable materials for minor children, free from pervasively vulgar material. I stand on that ground, and when I talk to people who are far more progressive than I am, we all generally agree on that. And as the young man so elegantly stated earlier, in this community there tends to be more agreement than disagreement on most of these issues. Unfortunately, it is clear that someone or a collection of someones has set out to defame the current library board. I wasn't going to talk about it. I didn't expect to, but you know, hearing stuff, read the minutes. I've attended almost every single one of the library board meetings. Not once has anyone on the library board advocated for eliminating diverse materials or diversity from our libraries. So that's completely false information. I think it's shameful that people have been made to feel personally attacked based on this mountain of what seems like lies and misinformation. I think it's even more shameful that someone came in here to attack people based on their identity. I think both of these things should never have happened in this room. I would invite anyone who feels a sense of anxiety about what is happening in the library boards right now to talk to your library board members, or better yet, just show up at the entirety of every library board meeting. If it would suit the city, I think it would be great for those meetings to be recorded publicly, as these meetings are, so that people can watch them, get their full information, and not have to deal with this honestly, this fear and this worry. It's terrible. But that's actually not what I came here to speak about today. I came here to say that as part of my organization's mission to educate and empower citizens to interact with their local government, we are so pleased to have Heather Holbert, Assistant City Manager, come to speak with us on Type A and B sales taxes today. It is going to be on people's ballots in November, and we would invite anyone who just wants to get more information about the new Type A and Type B sales taxes to come on down to Rock City at 6:30 p.m. tonight. We're really honored that Heather's making the time for us, and I believe this is the second time an assistant city manager from the city has made time for us to help educate our citizens and give them another opportunity to ask the questions that they have. Thank you all so much, and again, I'm shocked and appalled today at so much of what I've heard, but I also am very encouraged that, as that one, again, very well-spoken young man stated earlier, that we are a city that comes together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holland. Taya Kane? Oh, I'm sorry, Paulo Salazar, we're going to bring you back up because I think you stepped out of the room when it was your turn. And then we'll go to Taya Kane.
Paulo Salazar, 3402 Ocean Drive, Unit 11. I'm speaking on behalf of Mission 911. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm speaking about the Emergency Solutions Grant, which we weren't awarded this year, the second year in a 5-year consolidated plan. Now, typically there is an award matrix that's given out to the organizations which scores them on how they did, where they were lacking. Mission 911 serves the community in a number of ways, as many of you know, addressing the homeless population, which we all believe is a major issue, and those on the brink of homelessness. Now, our case managers are seeing an increase in the need of resources, from everything from housing to food to utilities to rental assistance. And we all know about the closure of the Nueces County Social Services Department. That's only exacerbating that need. Mission 911 can use these funds to help us go a long way. We're a small organization that does big things with little. And it can really help us fill that gap. So in closing, I'm asking that that be reconsidered. Those appropriations of those funds be reconsidered, and some of those go our way. I thank you for your time today, and thank you, Mayor and council members.
Thank you, Mr. Salazar. Taya Kane?
Hello, my name is Thea Kane. I live at 1629 Birch Place. If you look around this room today, what do you see? You see diversity. If we were to look into the hearts and be able to read the minds of all the people in this room, you'd have different beliefs, different passions, different things that are important to each and every one of us. When I was in high school, I did not know about Maya Angelou. I had already graduated high school when I entered a pageant, and my sister, rest in peace, Yvonne, introduced me to the works of Maya Angelou. And I read the poem, or recited the poem, Still I Rise. Fast forward many years to the current, and I have a grandson. He's 7 years old, just finished 2nd grade, and just learned how to read. So now he wants to read everything, and I'm blessed to be able to present books to him with characters that look like him, that have beautiful brown skin and curly, coily hair like him. But even more importantly, he's able to read the works of other ethnicities. I've challenged him this summer to read every day. It doesn't always happen every day, but we do our best. The other night, he picked a book off of the shelf. It wasn't a children's book, but it's a very popular book that many of you may be familiar with, which is A House on Mango Street by Sandra Cisneros. It's like, wow, King, this is a pretty advanced book. Let's see if we can find something here. So thankfully, if you're familiar with the book, it's very short chapters. And so he picked a story called Hares. And it was just great to hear him pronouncing the words, reading the words, but more importantly, learning about the Latino community and what makes him similar to the hairs on their head and what makes him different. So what we need is to continue to have that ability to choose books off the shelf for not only our children, but as adults. That right should not be taken away from me to be able to choose what I can identify with, what I didn't have as a child and our children have today. Because representation matters, libraries matters, and this board should not be an entity that takes away our right to choose books that represent us, books that can carry us into our futures and teach us about our nation and about ourselves, and to be able to identify and see ourselves in these works. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Adam Rios.
Adam Rios, 7301 Tangled Ridge Court. Before I begin, I just felt compelled to read something to you, give you a little bit of perspective of why I empathize with different people in the community. As a proud Native American, as a proud Inde, and as a proud Christian, I wanted to read something to you. Transfer this savage-born infant to the surrounding of civilization, and he will grow to possess a civilized language and habit. Kill the Indian, save the man. That's from Richard Pratt, who actually did that at the National Conference of Charities. I'm still here. I'm a Christian. I guess just my mom taught me a different version of Christianity. Thank God. I wanted to talk for just a moment to thank everybody who's been supporting local businesses after the recent storms. The mayor had done a social media post, and I wasn't aware of it, but from the 9th to the 19th, the CCME Impact Week. For most of you who know, I always sort of end my presentations or when I'm on social media with the mantra of think global and support local. I want to encourage everybody to keep doing that. I was just in fire-stricken, flood-stricken native land in New Mexico, while the San Carlos Apache Reservation was burning here in Arizona. My heart goes out to everything that they've had to endure, and still, they're proud people. There's an image I was hoping to share, and it was a young Native man who I know as part of the Apache skateboard community, standing on his roof with the fire burning around him, holding the American flag. And it's images like that that remind me of what it is to be involved in the community. I also want to take a moment to thank everyone who was involved in the recent ribbon-cutting ceremony at Westguth Park, elected officials, city management, local media. While I was there, it reminded me of something, my father's history, him growing up poor, straight out of La Cuarenta on Shawnee Street, a cotton picker, a migrant worker. And to know the success that he had in life and instilled in me a willingness to learn and be a part of a community. It reminded me that the hands of the man who was picking cotton despite child labor laws would give birth to the man who was shaking hands with elected officials locally, city management, state government officials. I've shaken national government officials' hands. And I looked at that image of that young man on that roof, and it just, it sort of changed the trajectory of what I wanted to speak about today. If you're looking for credentials, I've been involved in communities and schools, fighting to rid gangs in America, Project Turnaround, proud member of the Apache Indian Movement Central Texas chapter, and Apache Passion Project. I encourage everybody to stick with civil discourse, practice it. It'll get you pretty far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Eli McKay.
Good afternoon. My name is Eli McKay, and like all of you, I live on the land of the Karankawa and Lipan Apache peoples at what is now 1008 Marguerite Street in District 1. So over the past year and a half, I've had the opportunity to serve on the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. It's one of the many vital committees that help shape the future of our city. I've also attended all but one of the library board meetings this year, and I do believe that the comments made today are valid and necessary. That well-spoken young man who was mentioned earlier once had to have armed officers walk him to his car after a school board meeting due to threats by extremists. But I came here to talk about something else. Last week I received some disheartening news that a much anticipated item which could change the shape of our city and allow a transition to impact fees was removed from the agenda. After years of meetings and robust discussions that ended with a majority of support for the transition, the item was pulled, ultimately and significantly slowing our city's process and the future progress. Some experts on the committee have volunteered more than 500 hours to this cause, with the sole intention of making our city a better place to live for generations to come. I just want to remind you all that your role is not to manage or micromanage our city. We do have someone who's well qualified for that position currently. Your role is to understand and execute what your constituents want, what they need, and to make decisions to move our city forward, even when dealing with challenging subjects. Removing impact fees from today's agenda was an injustice to the expertise of those who served on the SEAC committee, our city staff, and the folks at Pape Dawson. Slowing this process is an injustice to our community, stalling a decision that should have been made in 2007. More than $3 million taxpayer dollars have been spent to get us to where we are in this process. And so I am of the belief that further delay is blatant fiscal negligence. I urge you to put impact fees back on the agenda as soon as possible and do the right thing for the community and move our city forward. So with my remaining time, I really just want to say that my belief of community is that within community is love. Anyone who's speaking against love and inclusivity and diversity is not trying to grow the community in a good way. So you have a long agenda today. I hope that you make good decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Mark Munster?
Mark Minster, 1013 Barracuda. I want to address the drought restrictions, water situation, and city priorities. I'm speaking here again to state that many in our community, along with myself, do not want desalination as a water solution. For the first of multiple planned desalination projects in the area, the plan is to spend at least $757 million to build the Inner Harbor plant, with annual maintenance costs of around $50 million every year. Additionally, $16 million for additional energy resources from AEP, and additional millions on a marketing campaign and to the engineering firm of Freese & Nichols. This shows how costly this proposed project has been already. It's well documented that industry uses a significant and majority % of our water here. It has been stated by city officials that Corpus Christi has a unique amount of industry water usage in proportion to residents. This is even compared to the few other U.S. cities with desalination plants, such as the one in California. That is exactly why we need a unique rate structure where industries that use the most water do not pay the least and pay their fair share. That's even before considering the industrial tax abatements that they get. It doesn't make sense sense for residents to face increased water rates due to heavy industry usage, it doesn't make sense to penalize and restrict residents while others can have exemptions. What real and direct benefits do residents see from these corporations or the so-called economic developments we are pursuing? We are not required to support and promote industries that prioritize shareholders and profits over the well-being of our residents. These organizations do not provide tangible benefits to the people living here who will face increased water rates that not everyone in the city can afford, especially with the rising costs to live. The millions and hundreds of millions spent on these projects show where the city's priorities are. This does not have much benefit for the regular citizen. We could be using resources to promote community and help the least fortunate. A city-run low-barrier shelter for the unhoused community being an example. If we pursue additional water resources, it should be purely for additional safeguards for the residents that the city government is representing and serving. I've said all this and I haven't even addressed the potential environmental impact this can have on our bay and sea life, and the fact that it's built in a historically marginalized Hillcrest neighborhood where people still live, similar to the proposed ammonia plant in the Robson area, which will also need water from the potential desalination plants. People in this community have been raising concerns for years. The argument is often made that these industries create jobs and promote growth, but we can create jobs and progress through investing in education, public health, public transportation, things that would truly help our city and its residents. Why could we not focus on these areas instead of promoting industries that pollute our air and water and deplete our resources? It doesn't make sense. What improves our quality of lives? I also want to state that I'm disappointed that impact fees were taken off the agenda. I saw multiple presentations from informed community members on how this change would benefit our community. The city has failed to listen to recommendations again, as they did in 2007. And one last thing, the library is the exact place for books and media that have perspectives of those other than your own. We live in an incredibly diverse world and nation. It's vital that everyone in our community sees themselves represented in literature, not just those who fit in traditional societal norms. Banning books that reflect minority experiences is harmful and unnecessary. The presence of these books doesn't force views on anyone. We must stand with our minority and underrepresented communities to ensure they're not under attack for merely existing in literature. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minster. Wow. Deanna King. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here to speak about the book ban. My name is Deanna King. I live in District 3, 78415. The reason why I'm here is because 6 years ago, me, Reverend Carrington, Reverend Axel did a public comment speech. We all did individual speeches. And we spoke about this, and this was around about 6 years ago. We said there were groups coming in here with their ideals and their agendas that may not line up with everyone. They want to take from us, but they don't want to give. They want to say, well, you know, this is the way it should be. But they want to infringe on everyone's rights, but they don't want their rights taken away. We're standing on land that was belonged to indigenous people, and that's history. And we have streets, Tonkawa and Karankawa. We don't want to erase history. We don't want to tell other people what to do with their rights or their choices, and we don't want them to do that to us. That's the American way. We're here because we have choices, and we don't want other people to make choices for us. And I just want to end with this. I am a member of the NAACP, and I'm on the executive board, and we get calls based upon discrimination, whether it be work, whether it be race, and any decisions that this city council makes pertaining to discrimination, DEI, trying to ban any of those, what are we here for as a local chapter? What are we here for? That's what the local NAACP does. We try to protect people's rights against discrimination. And it makes it harder for us to defend that if they become procedures and policies. But we're also doing something right because we also get phone calls of threats. We get those on the daily. And then if you make policies and procedures, it makes it harder for us, and we're going to get more phone calls of threats and violence against us for trying to protect people's rights. And not just our rights, the community rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Crystal Garcia.
Hi, everyone. My name is Crystal Garcia. My address is 5909 Shadowwood Drive. This is my home as I was born and raised in South Texas. I wanted to address the mayor, the council, along with everyone here today, because this is in regards to an important issue, censorship. Now, since we live in the US, and that means with the First Amendment, we have freedom of speech. In fact, I'm exercising that right just by talking with you all now. So to give some background on myself, I'm a former podcaster, a published poet, and will always consider myself a student of life. I also served on the Pride Corpus Christi board from August 2020 until the end of 2023. Ever since I was a kid, I love to read and learn new things. So forgive me if I seem distraught or upset, because learning and gleaning bits of life from books of all kind is what played a crucial role in my development, especially through adolescence. I believe the last thing we need is to be banning books left and right, if we have any sense at all. Also, banning or deeming something forbidden is simply counterproductive, because it'll only make said banned book or forbidden thing that much more alluring and tempting to obtain. So think a little on that, as I'm sure that's not the goal of those in favor of banning any of the books previously discussed by the Corpus Christi Library Advisory Board. With that being said, I hope you'll take into serious consideration my plea to not ban any books in our public libraries. Any books promoting hate or violence is something to be cautious of, but I doubt any books containing such matter are even being considered at this time. In closing, I'd like to share a quote from my favorite author, Ray Bradbury, author of Fahrenheit 451. "You don't have to burn books to destroy a culture, just get people to stop reading them." Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Robin Karstensen.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Robin Karstensen, residing at 449 Claremore. I've been an educator in the city for over 30 years, and I've been engaged with many, many intersecting communities. So I come here with an open mind and an open heart to talk to you and share some stories with you. But first, I would like to acknowledge all the health communities that I've been engaged in: spiritual interfaith coalitions, Pride Corpus Christi, Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation, People's Literary Festival community, and it goes on and on. I love being with these communities of people from all walks of life, backgrounds, cultures, and histories. Because of the stories that we tell each other, because of how it brings us out of our bubbles, so that we are no longer on the extreme left looking at people over here saying that they're evil and stupid, and we're no longer over here on this extreme looking over here and saying that these people are evil and stupid, but we're out of our bubbles and we're finding common ground, and we're setting our agendas aside, as Reverend Axel spoke of, and we're looking for common purpose and peace. And the libraries bring us this. They bring us collective knowledge. They bring us the knowledge and healing collective wisdoms from various cultures and faiths and institutions, beginning here with our indigenous peoples, the land of the Karankawan and the Apache and Lipan and Kawakalakan. I brought some books and stories to share, such as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks has I'm a poet, love poetry. Rita Dove, one of our poet laureates, On the Bus with Rosa Parks. Makes me think of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a Baptist preacher, protesting in Birmingham. He and his congregation read in books about nonviolent direct action protest from books written by Mahatma Gandhi. They went to India, they talked together, they spoke with each other, they listened and heard one another. And this nonviolent direct action protest was a huge movement to mark a crucial turning point in the civil rights movement in ending segregation and pulling our country out of 350 years of enslaved people. His letter was written behind bars while imprisoned on the margins of a newspaper. And some of our greatest wisdoms come to us from collections of letters like this that are now being banned. And so it's disturbing to hear that the Library Council Advisory Board may be considering removing some of our stories in our books and really important literature. I'll skip my story about Christopher Columbus. I want to share, in the interest of time, another important book was Dream of a Common Language, 21 Love Poems. As a queer young person, beaten by parents and beaten into submission, I just want to stand here and say that this literature is really important in helping us nurture one another and respect one another and find ourselves and each other in the literature and books that the libraries have. I'm way out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Partinson. Roland Garza? Is Roland Garza with us? Okay, and last would be Jack Gordy.
Who?
Mr. Gordy.
It was a long wait.
I know. I'm sorry, Mr. Gordy.
No, what I'm here for, I'm going to ask a question, and I'm sure there's many of residents in Corpus Christi is going to want to know the answer. I want to know why the council members, the meetings that were shown in July, August, and September of last year is being shown now on TV. Over a year ago, they were filmed here at the city council, and now they're being shown on TV. Instead of showing the recent ones that were just shown, or just within the last couple of months, they're showing the meetings that's over a year old. That don't make sense. I mean, the people don't want to comment on something that the city council talked about a year ago. This city council ought to find out why they're showing those meetings that's over a year old instead of showing the recent meetings. It don't make no sense to show them a year old. Not when you got something that should be more important. And it's up to the city council to find out why. Because, in fact, yesterday, the one that showed was in July of last year. The one that showed yesterday on TV. That's on Spectrum now, on 1-300. So, this city council is the only one that can get it straightened out. There's no reason that it's being shown late. So I'm going to be watching TV still, and I'll see if the city council is concerned and does anything about it.
Can you state your name and address for the record, Mr. Gordy?
Do what?
Your name and address for the record.
I didn't understand.
Oh, your name. Just state your name and your address where you live.
Who am
Part
I
of your
with?
public comment.
Pardon?
Yes.
I'm the Spectrum.
No, I'm sorry, your name. Just say you're Jack Gordy and you live at,
What's your address?
That's
Your address.
5518 Lights Boulevard, 78413.
Okay.
thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comment period. Ms. Huerta, I don't believe we have anyone on phone or,
Yes, no one virtual.
okay, great. We're going to move on to we have a quick board appointment or reappointment. We'll pass our consent agenda items, pull whatever needs to be pulled, and then we will come back or go to lunch and come back and discuss those items individually. So Section G is our board and committee appointments. Ms. Huerta.
Yes, ma'am. So we have 3 vacancies on the Planning Commission, and by
Reappoint.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to reappoint. Would you like to call the names, please, Ms.
Yes, ma'am.
I know you
So
were going to.
Yes, ma'am. It's Michael Budd, Billy Lederma, and Michael Miller, and they're being appointed to the Planning Commission and the Airport Zoning Commission. It's their concurrent
And
appointment.
this is for another, how long of a period?
It'd be another 3-year term.
Okay, very good. We have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your vote.
One moment, Mayor.
I think it's coming.
It's coming.
Patience.
Okay. It should be working now.
Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Consent agenda, items 3 through 22. We have item number 21 pulled. Would anyone like to pull any other items for individual consideration? Council members? Okay, there being no other items, I'm going to entertain
Mayor, 19 and 21? Did you?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes, 19 and 21. I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exceptions of items number 19 and 21.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your vote.
One second, sorry, takes a minute. Is it up? Typo, but it's up.
Okay, the motion passes. So we are going to break for lunch. When we return, we will hear items 19 and 21. The council will go into executive session on items number 36, 37, and 38 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.087. We will return.
All right, so I need...
Start at the end of the month?
That's right, that's right.
Is that not, are they calling VOC or that doesn't apply to you guys? They get to review. Yeah. Can only imagine. No one can do it as good as
So yeah.
I don't know. That one's on.
Not today. You guys are off. maybe they don't decide,
Okay, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Council members, do we have a motion? Oh, hang on a second.
There we are. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the execution of an amendment to the city's professional services agreement for attorneys' services with McKibben, Martinez, Jarvis, and Wood for representation of the city in the Salinas Construction Technologies Limited and Salinas and Sons Incorporated versus Corpus Christi to increase the maximum amount of said contract by $47,000.
Second.
Okay. Everyone, please submit your vote. Did you have a?
Sorry, I was turning my.
Oh, okay. Okay, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. And do we have another, Councilman Suckley, we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to place the city auditor on paid administrative leave for 14 days.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Ms. Campos, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. And we will start back up with our consent agenda. Items 3 through 22 or section I. We had items number 19 and 21 pulled. Item 19 is pulled because I'm abstaining from that. So I will hand it over to Mayor Pro Tem Campos to read that item.
Motion to approve. Second. You still get to read it.
I'm sorry, yeah. Yeah.
All right, Mike.
Oh, here you press your light. There you go. Go ahead.
All right. Item 19, resolution authorizing a construction contract to Max Underground Construction of Corpus Christi, Texas, in the amount of $2,417,262.99 for the reconstruction of Elizabeth Street from Santa Fe to Staples with new asphalt, pavement, sidewalks, curbs, and gutters, installation of ADA-compliant curb ramps, signage, pavement markings, upgraded street illumination, and utilities improvements located in Council District 1 with fiscal year 2024 funding available from the Type B Street, Stormwater, Water, Wastewater, and Gas Capital Funds. With that, we've already read, had the motion and second, so now everybody submit their vote. Oh, public comment? Do we need to make, does anybody need to make?
We asked for general public comment before when consent started.
Okay.
So no one spoke then. All right, you ready for the vote?
With it, everybody vote?
All right, the motion carries.
Okay, and then item number 21 was pulled. Councilman Pusley, that was a resolution reaffirming the City of Corpus Christi's investment policy and investment strategies for fiscal year 2024-2025. Councilman Pusley? You want to press your light real quick? There you go.
All right. Thank you very much, Mayor. I made this plea once before when I first came here, and I'm going to make it one more time before I leave. I really and truly, and especially since we're modifying this policy, that we should have representatives from this council that sit on the investment policy and strategies committee. I think it's vitally important as we are the custodians of taxpayer money and the money that comes into this city, And not that I'm saying that there's anything wrong with what's going on now, that anybody doing anything improper, not any of that. But, you know, it's like when someone's counting my money, I like to be in the room. And so I just think it's imperative that we have representatives from this council. And to give you an example, the investment committee that serves the county commissioners court has the county judge as a member of that, a voting member of that committee, and an appointee from the commissioners court as a member of that committee. And I just think that it's very important, and they also have some non-voting members on their investment committee. And so I think it's really important, and I didn't get much support for this before, but I'm going to suggest that we table this and ask that wording be put into this policy that would allow us to do that. And it could be the mayor and then another appointee voted on by the entire council, or the mayor's appointee, however you want to do it. And with that, I will say that's going to require whoever agrees to do that, they're going to have to, according to the policy, they're going to have to get some education. They're going to have to do a little, you know, CE hours. But I just think it's important that we have somebody representing the city council setting in on those discussions. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Do you want to make a motion and I can second?
I made a motion to table.
Second.
Okay.
But I'd like to hear everybody else's opinion
Does anybody
too.
have any comment? And Peter, I guess I'd like to, or staff, I'd like to ask, is there, I don't even know who is on this committee, or can you give us a little bit of background on the committee?
Sure. So Heather Hilber, Assistant City Manager. So on the committee is the City Manager, the CFO, Director of Finance, the Treasurer, the Investment Analyst, and then our Director of Budget. So those are the members who are on the committee. This committee does not necessarily make investment choices. This is all done. This is just a presentation of the reports. They oversee the reports. The city does engage an investment manager to help out with the investments. And then, of course, all the investments have to be in line with the Public Funds Investment Act that is set by the state of Texas. And so we're limited on what we are able to invest the money in.
Same laws affect the county.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So I think at the time, I know this had come up before, we did look, and I don't think any of the 7 cities above us had representatives.
Oh, good God, there we go again. We've got to compare ourselves with somebody else. Okay. You know, why can't we be our own judge of what's going on instead of having to depend on what somebody else is doing in some other city?
Sure.
This is our city. We ought to be able to make decisions about what we want to do in governing ourselves.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else? Does anyone have any? Oh, Councilman, your light's on.
Oh.
Your lights.
I was just going to make a quick suggestion. So if we go to the priority list, it says in the documents, it says not only are these the priorities, but they are listed in order on importance. Well, diversification is listed at the bottom. I think that I mean, this isn't a big deal, but just a suggestion for future councils.
Okay.
Move that up to number 3. I think diversification, of course, I mean, your first one is safety, and I understand that's probably credit rating, blue chip stock, not blue chip stocks, but you know what I'm saying. The higher, the lower the risk, the higher the safety it is.
Yes.
Diversification helps with safety too. So if that's your number 1 priority and you're well diversified into your money market accounts, whatever they are, I think that supports our position a little better than how we have it. Just a quick suggestion.
Sure. We'll take that in consideration.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so we have a motion and a second to table the item for further consideration. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. So we'll go ahead and table that and bring it back at another council meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, so that takes us through item number 22 to section K, public hearings. items 22 through 30. Item number 23 through 30. So item number 23 is an ordinance authorizing a wastewater trunk line construction and reimbursement agreement with MPM Development.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Development Services. The ordinance before you is to enter into a 24-month construction and reimbursement agreement with MPM Development LP for $1,978,937.16. The purpose is to construct a 15-inch wastewater trunk line for the proposed residential development known as Haven Subdivision. This aerial overview shows the location of the property, which is just north of Haven Drive. The property size, platted size is 154 acres. The property is outlined in red, as you see there, and the infrastructure, the proposed infrastructure is outlined in green. The developer is required to run 3,700 linear feet of 15-inch PVC to serve the development.
Second.
Councilman Hernandez, you have
I
a...
was going to make a motion to approve, but Councilman Pusley jumped in front of me without putting his light on. So
I should actually defer to Councilman Roy. It's his district, so.
Councilman Roy?
No, we're fine. Let's just keep moving.
Okay. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Please.
Mayor, there's a public hearing on this one.
Oh, goodness, you're right. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make any comment on item number 23? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Again, we have a motion and we have a second. Please submit your vote. Do we need to wait for Councilman Hunter? Should we?
I don't think so unless you'd like to, but I'm not sure.
Well, I just didn't know if you wanted to vote.
Unless it's a tie.
Yeah, unless,
Yeah,
I don't think we
should
need to.
get it.
Yeah, it might be in the bathroom, so it could be a while, so.
Okay, please. Okay, please submit your vote.
We've been here all day.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 24 is an ordinance amending the city's water master plan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman, Director of Water Systems at CC.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'd like to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 24? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 25 is an ordinance authorizing a water arterial.
Can we do 25 and 26 together?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission and grid main construction and reimbursement agreement with Saratoga 400 Partners. That's item number 25. I'm going to go ahead and read item number 26, which is an ordinance authorizing a wastewater trunk system construction and reimbursement agreement with Saratoga 400 Partners. I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 26 item number 25 and or 26?
Sorry, I move to approve.
Okay, there being no one, we gotta wait. I have to close public hearing. It's been a long day. And we have a motion. Did we have a second? Who made it?
I did.
Second. We have a motion and a second. So please submit your vote.
Okay, this says just 25, but for the record, it's 25 and 26.
I think I corrected it. Oh, your screen. I said it too. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I said aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 27 is a zoning case number ZN 8208, ordinance rezoning a property at or near 2130 Rand Morgan.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, and this is, Mr. Raymond, would you just, in a quick sentence, tell us what this is about.
This is an existing non-conforming use that was that way when it was annexed back in the 60s. This rezoning, well, the owner wants to expand, and you can't expand a non-conforming use, so we're rezoning to an RMH so that he can expand, and it meets the future land use area development plan, so.
Perfect. Thank you. I will go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 27? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Item number 28 is zoning case number ZN 8261, ordinance rezoning a property at or near 7317 South Padre Island Drive.
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Raymond, would you give us a quick summary of the item?
This is a vacant piece of land that, I've been here 5 years, but I'm sure it's been vacant for very long, and everyone's tried to get across the finish line with development. And I think now we have a great path to do that, to bring venues to the city that we don't have. So, which is why this is a great development that will spin off into other developments in the area.
Wonderful. I will ask for would anyone in the I'll open public comment. Would anyone in the audience like to comment on item number 28? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Any further discussion? Okay, please submit your vote. Yeah.
Mayor, the system froze. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm going
okay.
to do just a
All in
voice vote
favor,
for right
say
now.
aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 29 is zoning case number ZN 8270, an ordinance rezoning a property at or near 1501 South 19th Street.
Okay, good afternoon.
Sylvia, did you want to do it? District 2?
Yes.
I'll second it.
You're making the motion? Yes, I'm making the motion. Okay, and we have a second. Mr. Raymond, would you please give the summary?
This is a classic example of infill development. It's been a vacant lot forever. The developer wants to build 3 townhomes, 2 stories. It's in conformity with the future land use map. It's in conformity with the area development plan, and it just adds different housing into District 2. So I think it's a great project.
Great. Okay, we'll open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 29? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Rolando Garza, Highway Village, Annabelle, Texas. First of all, I normally don't use these words in my forte. They aren't part of my forte, but it's a pleasure to be here today. Not only for the leadership that y'all demonstrated during the storm, yeah, some of you the aggressive, right? But I'm just so excited about the 19th Street Lamar area project. Peter's staff and our Councilman Emmett Roy, we went out there and we looked at the vacant field. You said, look, reminded you of Cleveland, Ohio, right? Right. And it was a thought process. We got the thought, the idea, put it on paper, proposed it, funded it, executed it, and now we're looking at the proposed homes at Morris with 50 infill lots being filled up in that neighborhood. It's only been 3 mayors in my life that I've been here 34 years addressing council that have addressed issues for the poorest and the poorest of the neighborhoods, blighted and neighborhoods, and that's Henry Garrett, Lloyd Neal, and Paulette Wardo that reinvest in our communities. And I appreciate that so much. So grateful to you, Everett Roy, your staff. I believe her name is Karen Constanzo. Mm-hmm. And debriefed her, and we brought her up to speed with bus stops. The flooding in the area was the city was unaware of, the historic flooding where we're about to invest a lot of money through the developers. We talked about elderly eligibilities for them, for the housing there for the elderly. and we talked about closing down an alley. So your outreach, your staff, Everett Roy coming out there with us live and in person, like what Mr. Barrera has done for District 3 for all the children's needs for the baseball fields. And when it comes to baseball fields and the need for the poor and the children and the elderly, which you two have done, with your leadership and with his staff, it's just amazing to be here just talking about something so positive, so encouraging, and so exciting. So I'm excited that you have taken this route, and thank you so much for your staff. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rosa. Would anyone else like to make public comment on item number 29? Okay, we'll close public comment. Councilman Barrera?
Yeah, I just wanted to share some needless Roland Barrera nostalgia. My grandfather, the house that's at 1564 18th Street, which is one block over on the corner of 18th and McKenzie, my grandfather built that house in the 1950s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and where my mom, 2-bedroom house, my mom, her 2 sisters, and their brother. So, anyway.
Nice. Wow, that's great. Thank you for sharing. There's a motion and a second. All right, any further discussion? Okay, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 30, Councilman Barrera is abstaining on this item. It's an ordinance adopting the city fiscal year 2025 and U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD program, year 2024 annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant budget, the Emergency Solutions Grant budget, and the Home Investment Partnerships Program budget.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 30? Okay, there being, no, but from the public, there being no one, we're going to close public comment. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We had gotten public comment today saying that some organizations were excluded from funding. Can you please explain why they were excluded?
Yeah, they were excluded. They had applied for ESG funding, and that grant category is about it's a relatively low amount compared to the others. It's $234,000, and so we recommended 2 organizations, and that amount of money, when you dilute it kind of across 3, we didn't feel that it was kind of just dilute services and the amount of people that can be helped. And it drives up administrative costs. And the 2 that we did help have significant interference with the federal dollars. There may be opportunities for state dollars that come up here too, that maybe that could be an option, but
right.
That was the reason. It was just a low amount of money in that particular grant. And by diluting it between 3, it just, you lose that kind of, that service, I think, level that you could provide, so.
Well, for the dollar amounts that we're thinking about, yes, for them, it's a large amount of money. Even if it's, $50,000, that could go a long way with their budgets. The second question I have is, you have, and I think we had this discussion before, you have money going to TG 110 of $587,531, and I've made a long list of issues that we've had with TG 110 and Prospera, and I cannot support this, so I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
So my question's a little bit more general in terms of, in the past, as far as the grant program goes, I've had a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot, but I've had an increasing amount of people that have reached out and are asking about where we stand in terms of our grant program for first-time home buyers and things of that nature. Because what when I inquired about 6 months ago, maybe 8 months ago on it, I was told that there was a backlog or where are we at with right now with that program? Is it something that you're anticipating to get it back on track, or what's going on? Can you update us on that?
With the down payment assistance, we do have funds that are available for that for folks that are looking to purchase homes. The issue that I think we're finding is first getting those folks kind of qualified, but the bigger issue is finding a home that they're able to, in that price window, for them to actually purchase. And there's just not that inventory level in our community right now. I think what we're doing at the Lamar area and a lot of the houses that may get built there will probably be great candidates for the down payment assistance program that we do have.
Can you email me and let me know what the maximum amount is in terms of housing that qualifies under that program? I know that it's been changed, and I would just like to be able to share that with them so that if they are out there looking, that they know what not to exceed. But I've got a few people in the district that, they touch base with me every few months, and that would be helpful.
Sure, no problem.
All right, thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion? Did we have one? Councilman Presley, did you?
I made a motion to approve.
You made a motion and you seconded. Okay. Please submit your vote. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Or like you said, Mayor Rowland, Mr. Barretta abstained.
And Mr. Bennett
It's not up
abstained.
there, but yes.
Yes, yes. Oh, well, does he need to press abstain?
Not if he steps out. We just note it for the record here.
Well, then I would say recuse.
Ma'am? No, he abstained from the vote. He recused himself from the whole discussion. Yeah.
Right, so recused.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to use the right term.
Okay.
That's the right term. Okay, thank you. Okay, our next item is item number 31. And that's section L, individual consideration items. Item number 31 is a motion directing the city manager and the Corpus Christi Water to begin discussions with the Catahoula Water Company on a possible joint venture to acquire water rights from the Eshelman-Voigt, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Voigt groundwater project. Okay, yes, sir. Councilman, go ahead, Councilman.
Okay. Okay, I submitted this item for consideration, and I spoke with Peter about it. I spoke with Drew about it at length. I think we've all had an opportunity to at some point visit with Dr. Mintz about this project, or at least some of us have. And especially in light of the fact that our Evangeline project now seems to be gone. This whole discussion about diversity of water resources, hits a real chord with what we're trying to do with respect to water. And this gives us an opportunity. This won't cost the city any money other than maybe a little staff time in discussions with Dr. Mintz and whoever he brings into this project. But this is an opportunity for us to possibly take advantage of a water resource that we have not discussed at length. They did make a presentation several months ago, Dr. Mintz. I can't remember exactly when, but they made a long presentation. So anyway, that's the whole purpose of this, and I'll let Dr. Mintz make a comment if he'd like to.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Dr. Mintz, would you like to make your presentation?
Thank you for the invitation. My name is Michael Mintz. I'm a resident of Corpus Christi for the past 48 years. I came here after serving as a major in the United States Air Force. This is a city that, excuse me, and this has been a place that I've called home with 5 children, my wife. I was the founder of Bay Area Hospital along with HCA at the time and served on their initial board. I was one of the founders of South Texas Surgical Hospital and remained the chairman of the board, chief of staff, and at times even the CEO for over 30 years. And I think that most people here have had some experience at South Texas Surgical Hospital. I'm very proud of it. We've served the community very well. It was sold to Christus last year, and hopefully the same standards will continue. I also am founder and chairman of the board of Southwest Sand, frac sand development mining company, and Sand Revolution. Sand Revolution, I founded that about 6 years ago. It has 500 employees. It's one of the 4 largest logistic frac sand companies in the Permian Basin. In the process of developing a mine in South Texas for the Eagle Ford, my partner, who deserves 99% of the scientific credit for what I'm about to show you, identified a very, very unique water reservoir. And this water reservoir is vast, and it has very, very low saline. And that is the key to what we're going to hopefully bring to the city. I gave everybody a handout, and I'll go through it very quickly. The first slide is simply an introduction to show you where this is located. It's approximately 70 miles south of Corpus Christi. Again, this is a very unique location. If the good Lord put these everywhere, I wouldn't be here today. It's a huge, very low saline reservoir. If you look at the slide that comes from the Texas Water Development Board, you'll see that the color code there is about 200,000 acres, which is, I would say, a dark gray. And it's the only place that has a thickness of more than 2,000 feet with a salinity in the range of 1,000 to 3,000 TDS, or parts per million. And there's 2 slides of that. Both of them show the same thing. One shows TDS less than 10,000, and the other one shows TDS less than 3,000. But if you look around, there's no other color code like that, because this is the only reservoir that has that amount of thickness with that level of salinity. The next slide is a vertical section that shows you what we call the Catahoula and Jasper, and that comes from surface through the Evangeline, which we are excluding from this. We do not believe in producing from the Evangeline for many, many reasons. And below that is 2,500 feet of low salinity water from surface. If you look at the TD, Texas Department of Water Development, these are their reserve studies for the Catahoula and the Jasper in that area. And if you look at that, it's approximately 55 billion acre feet, which is 20 trillion gallons of water. I mean, there's nothing like this that's available to this city. The only thing that's comparable is for El Paso with the K. Bailey Hutchinson, and we really hope to be a clone of that. It's been very, very successful. Low salinity desal is something the state wants you to do, and it makes a lot of sense. And this is a very unique opportunity to do that. I go on, and I'm going to be brief, but basically this involves bringing the water from the south, laying a 46-mile pipeline, and then connecting to the South Texas Water Authority line and coming the rest of the way to the Stevens plant. It's interesting that you pump from Stevens to the south, but this, at the EV project, is 400 feet elevation above Corpus Christi. So this water will flow downhill. I go on, and I'm not going to make comparisons here because I think the city needs all the water they can get, but this has been evaluated. I've spent time with Drew Malley. I spent time with some of the premier engineers in the state, and these numbers are pretty close. If you look at the project numbers, this is a CapEx of about $300 million. You have Inner Harbor CapEx of about $800 million. And the huge difference is not only that $400 or $500 million, but the operating cost between your desalination of low salinity water compared to 35,000 ppm seawater is enormous. Over the life of a 50-year contract, that is $600 million difference. We're talking about a difference to the ratepayers and the citizens of almost $1 billion between these two projects. We are currently in discussion. Tomorrow and Thursday, we have discussions with Tesla. We have met with Occidental. I was hoping the city could participate in some of these discussions. Occidental wants 25 million gallons a day for their direct air capture projects. There's unlimited opportunities for this water. The motion before you, I hope you accept it, but I'd like to make 3 points before you vote on it. The first point is that I think you have somebody that you hired to evaluate water, find water for the city. I think that he knows more about water than anybody in the city, including me. And I think that everybody should take the opportunity to talk to Drew Molly. I think he's very knowledgeable. We don't agree on anything. Well, I think that we agree on a lot of things. We don't agree on everything. We don't agree on cost of pipe and cost of right-of-way, but these are minor differences. And if you ask him, he will tell you this is a great idea. This is an idea that needs to be evaluated, and he really strongly supports it. Whatever it takes to do it, it lies in your hands. But I think that if you just talk to him, you'll get a different perspective and believe that this is something that's worth pursuing. You can't afford not to do this. There's a huge swing in the difference if what I'm presenting to you is even half right, and it's way more than half right. It's potentially $1 billion swing in the cost to the ratepayers and the citizens of Corpus Christi. To put that in perspective, long-term, like the Inner Harbor, like prior to amortization of debt, will come out to about $7 per 1,000 gallons of water for the ratepayers. After amortization, that may go down to about $4. With this project, the cost to the ratepayers is about $4 per 1,000 gallons, and that will actually go to less than $2 per 1,000 gallons after amortization of this debt. One of the prerequisites in this memorandum is that we provide more detailed engineering. I've met with at least 4 commissioners that are very supportive of this project. They will allocate the money, probably $1 million, to pursue the detailed engineering feasibility study for the city with the understanding that this is the city's water. I think the city, everybody in this room, needs to accept this with the good intentions that it's meant and take them up on the offer. And a simple email, a simple text will get this off the ground. You'll get the detailed engineering, and you can compare whatever you have going on with your Inner Harbor, and you can do one or both, and I suggest you do both. You need all the water you can get, but this is a great idea, and nobody shot any holes in this yet. And I'd like to open it for any questions. This is a big deal.
Yeah, no,
it's
thank
a big
you.
deal.
Thank you for the presentation. So for clarity, what's written is a motion directing the city basically to begin discussions. So that would come back to us, or what was your, Peter, so that would be, you'd have a discussion, come back to the council and let us know.
Right. So the other part of the memo that Councilman Pusley authored and was signed by 2 other council members says that the discussions would begin as such time as the Catahoula Water Company provides adequate engineering and related studies that substantiate the validity of their proposed brackish desal facility and their ability to secure the necessary pipeline infrastructure that would supply the refined water to the appropriate city designated tie-in location. So that's what we'll be working on. Once we have some capacity, and we've told the councilman that it's going to be a few weeks still, we're working on finalizing the budget and making sure we get everything in line for the desal facility. The RFP is out, and they'll be scoring and working with the city council on the final selection for that design builder. So we're thinking that late September, early October is when we can begin to have some conversation with Dr. Mintz. And but between now and then, he will be getting these studies that show that he has easement rights, that he has engineering documents, and he has the other thing that was referenced in that memo. So that's the plan at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, Councilman Pusley and I have talked about this at great length, and so this is no surprise.
Okay.
Time is just of the essence, and so we can't drop unless the council directs us to. We drop everything and work on this. So we're working on the Inner Harbor desal request for proposal process, which is laborious, and will include site visits, interviews, technical scoring. We're presenting the budget in 2 weeks to the city council, so we're finishing that. Drew has a lot of work to do with rate analysis. We're finalizing the bond program for the council's consideration in the Type A proposal. So once we have capacity, like I said, September, October, then we'll be entering into discussions.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Mintz. And I guess I need to thank my fellow councilmen for bringing this up to us. I mean, bringing it here. I'm just wondering why you felt the need, I mean, that you would have to have gone through the councilman instead of going directly to, let's say, the mayor or our city manager. Was there a reason why you chose, just out of curiosity?
Well, I went to the city manager first, and I met with him. And I met with him and 3 port commissioners and all the principal from South Texas Water Authority, and I received no response to this proposal.
Well, that's disappointing.
In fact, I've had at least 3 meetings canceled the day before or the day of to try to move this forward. And I'd like to have somebody pass this around to the council members. It's just...
Yeah, if I can add to that, so I think it was a year ago or so that I did meet with Dr. Mintz at the Port of Corpus Christi's headquarters. At that time, still work had to be done in this business program. And then along the way, Evangeline came forward with their proposal, so that's what the staff time has been spent on. However, Drew Molly has met with Dr. Mintz several times to talk about this project, so it's not like the city has not talked to Dr. Mintz. He has talked to council members as well, and I think Councilman Pusley's authored memo is a good one, which puts a little bit of onus on Dr. Mintz to provide some additional business point scenarios and easement certainty. As an example, on time, we just spent 12 months with the Evangeline project,
Right.
Canceling numerous meetings, hiring consultants to develop that proposal. So it does take time to invest in seeing these good business proposals for the city.
Okay, so I guess what that is telling me is that I guess we can only do one project at a time. We can only consider one project at a time.
That's not right. No.
What are you saying?
So Corpus Christi Water is working on probably a dozen projects right now. However, you do reach a breaking point where if you're not focused on them with enough time, you can have problems. So our biggest priority is the council-supported project, which is the Inner Harbor desalination project. We've been working on that. We've been working on Evangeline for the past 12 months. We're working on the Mary Roads pipeline. We're working on a rehabilitation of the Owen Stevens water treatment plant. We're working on the restoration of our 6 wastewater treatment plants. We're working on spending $30 million as opposed to $5 million on repairing pipe in our neighborhoods. We're working on water reuse. We're working on storage and recovery. So that's what we're working on.
Well, you know, I appreciate
we had this discussion 2 years ago in periodic meetings. It's actually been a brick wall, to tell you the truth. I mean, even Mr. Molly can't move this forward in the city water department.
Well, what's important is
it's
before us now.
I can't get the engineering studies done without utilizing the resources of the port who have offered to pay $1 million to do the feasibility study. I mean, they just need something simple, a text, an email. I've asked the CCW to do that. And that's not taking a lot of time. It's not taking a lot of time to do that. I mean, if that's our hurdle, if that's our impasse, send a text.
And I'm trying to understand the process. That's why I'm saying it here in public, because, you know, you may or may not know this, but, you know, I've not been here as long as these, my fellow councilmen. So that's why I was wondering how it is that, you know, that it had to come to this point, that you had to reach out to, you know, these fellow councilmen in order to bring this forward. So I'm trying to understand the process.
Councilwoman, that's not necessarily a bad thing. You know, Dr. Mintz can go to anybody on this council and say, hey, I want you to hear about this, and you could say, I'd like to put something on an agenda, and that's the way it happens. So I think most importantly is it's here, and we're hearing it out. I mean, it's
Yeah, I was just curious about the process.
Sure. Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Mintz, and thank you for bringing it forward and for trying to, you know, really present a very viable source. I mean, you know, we've been asking for alternative sources, I mean, since I've been here, so.
And I will say one thing, that this is the most environmentally friendly project that you'll have to provide water. This is injection wells that go downhole with all the brine, and you know, you can't avoid having some hypertonic saline in these processes, but this never leaves the ranch. It never goes into a harbor, it never goes into the Gulf, and there's 200 acres set aside for a 48 megawatt solar powered field for desalination. I mean, we've done all the detailed studies that we can.
Yeah.
We need the $1 million to drill the core wells and do the feasibility.
So you need the $1 million from us.
And I have 4 votes at the port that say they'll put it up if you ask them.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
No, the $1 million won't come from us.
Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, thank
There's
you.
no cost to the city.
Councilman
other than a little time.
So on your, sorry, the pages aren't numbered, but yeah, the EV Ranch preliminary cost model at the bottom, you have your available yield, project yield, $4 a 1,000 gallons, $2 a 1,000 gallons. That is considerably less than what was presented to us in executive session.
Well,
less than half.
I've
of
spent
what
more
was-
time on this than anybody that's presented this to you.
What we
And I'm
need
pretty
to know,
confident I
though, I mean, that would be some of the best water to buy in the entire state of Texas.
You guys would be legendary 20 years from now with $2 water.
Yeah.
Legendary.
So what we need to find out is what is the difference between, what's causing the difference between your numbers and the numbers that were presented to us in the executive session? And without Drew here, it's not really helping us, but he should definitely be here right now to hear this and to be a part of this discussion. Is he out of town?
No, he's here somewhere. I'm not sure if he's in the... Yeah.
Probably getting ready for tomorrow's work day.
Yeah,
We've been here
he's
so
not out
long.
of town. I can assure you that. I'm not sure his whereabouts, so.
But we need him. So if he's still in City Hall, I sure hope he's making his way down here right now. But what we need is a discussion on where the numbers really are, and we need to know that. This is a huge difference in what was presented to us.
And let me tell you, one other thing that's very interesting. I know it's late, but in our discussions with Oxy, they're developing a huge project on the King Ranch. They want to jointly do this, but it makes a difference whether we lay a 42-inch line or a 60-inch line. And so my numbers are for a 42-inch line that solely falls to the city or whoever lays a 42-inch line. But this is time sensitive. Oxy needs the water. They have a $1.3 billion project. They propose to join with the city and lay a 60-inch line. They'll take the first 25 million gallons off, and the next 25 million will go to solve your Avena problem, it solves your Tesla problem. This water goes by everything that you need covered. But if they lay the 60-inch line, that line is about 120 or 130 million, but they'd split it. So you're going to have 65 million into your pipe instead of the 42-inch, which is 96 million. I mean, I'm here for a very limited time. This is a very complicated, but what I'm telling you, I'm a pretty busy guy. If I didn't believe that this worked, I wouldn't be doing it. I got a lot on my plate, too.
Thank you, Doctor. Councilman Hernandez.
Dr. Mintz, thank you for bringing this to us. And I think, and these numbers where you get the transmission line for 42 inches for 48 miles and then connecting into a line that we have going to South Texas.
South Texas Water Authority.
Water Authority.
And your contact's coming up with them next year.
Right. I'm aware of that. Is this based on private sector cost for the transmission line?
Yes, this is cost. I mean, whether you borrow the money, get SWIFT funding, I don't know, but that's what $2.
There's a difference between public finance projects and privately financed projects. We tend to have a premium cost onto anything built by government contract.
Private.
So if
Drew and I have had some of that discussion. And
so, so what you're basically asking is a public-private partnership type of model.
Yes,
is that what you're talking
correct.
about?
That is correct.
In a public-private partnership model, it would be generally the financing done by the private sector with a guaranteed purchase from the public sector, right?
Correct.
Did you have somebody in mind, or is this something that you have even looked at?
I showed you an email that I got last week from Core Capital Partners that just did this in Central Texas and said, I know you're going in front of the city council. We're in, we'll fund it. So, yeah, I'll show you the email.
Okay.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I know South Texas
They couldn't wait to do this.
Okay, South Texas Water Authority has recently put together some efforts to try and do something similar on, I guess, property around them for a brackish water desal facility similar to what Alice is doing. Have they decided, are they out of participation with this process, or is that, or they're not in consideration?
Well, over the past 2 years, I have gone to at least 5 meetings at different locations with South Texas Water Authority. Initially, it started off, this is a great idea. This is the best idea for water. And then it kind of morphed into, well, we might be able to desal in Alice and then bring it in and we'll make some money off the Tesla. So I can't speak for them. This is time sensitive. 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, a year ago, everybody would have been all in. I mean, everybody that was a player would have accepted this with open arms. But right now, South Texas Water Authority is dealing with 7 Seas. They're another privately held water company. They have proposals on the table to do desal in Alice and to take that water and no longer take water from the city. They think that's a more dependable resource. I can't speak for them. I can't answer your question, but I'm just trying to give you a flavor for what's going on.
Because the water line going to them is the one you're including in this, so there would have to be some discussion with them about that water, right?
Well, there have to be discussion, but you guys hold. I understand. You hold the cards.
I understand.
You got the contract.
Okay. With regards to how this is, I mean, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done between now and having some sort of agreement or some sort of direction to go in. And I apologize for the troubles you had getting this to us. And I understand how difficult it is to navigate the bureaucracy here at the city.
Well, I'm here. Let's make the most of it.
Okay, so we'll have to. I think other than the injection wells or the wells for the testing of the water, and you also have to get power to the site. There's a lot of things that have to come into play, and as I understand, this is not water that's counted in the Region N study. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So this is all bonus water, so to speak.
It is, but it can be put in the regional water plan if that's necessary for funding. But at the present
I think to be eligible for SWIFT loans, we'd have to have it in the plan.
You would.
Okay,
but it's very easy. It's not hard to put it in the plan. That's formality.
Okay, so that would have to be something we'd also have to consider as well. Yeah. Right, Dr. Mintz, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I don't guess I didn't necessarily have any questions. I just wanted to clear up a couple things. One, this was to respond to Councilwoman Campos. This was y'all brought this to us as a council long time ago. This is not the first time we've seen it. And I'm very sensitive to the time management issues that the city manager has going on at this particular time of the year. And so, I didn't bring this forward without consulting him at length about how we get this done. And Dr. Mintz, I've shared with you numerous times, I know you'd like the port to help you on the funding of this, but the port tells me a different story when I talk to them. So I think what I'm trying to do is not snatch defeat from the jaws of victory here, if you will. And how you get the testing and how you get that funded is going to be up to you. Now, if the port gets with you and they decide that that's something they're really interested in doing, then they need to have some conversations with our city manager so that we can decide whether or not that's an appropriate thing, and then it'll eventually have to come to this council. And so I think that's to be determined at some particular point. But all I wanted to do is bring this forward so we could get the process moving and make some headway on it. And like you said, I've talked to Drew and Peter and some others involved in it. So and so we'll see how that goes. But that's kind of the way the process is going to work.
I'd like to address the issue with the port. I don't want to name any names, but there seems to be a standoff. The port will not reach out to the city and say we want to be part of a water development project. I've spoken to multiple commissioners.
Well, there's a reason for that, Dr. Mintz, because we spent 3 years taking their head off because they were out doing stuff without our say-so and without our permission and making plans to go into the water business on their own. Now, that has all changed, but there was a reason why they're developed those relationships. And I think it's, we've reached now a point of we're all talking to each other. Things are a lot smoother and nicer now, and we want to keep it that way. We certainly don't want to get in an adversarial relationship with the Port of Corpus Christi. So I think, as I said, if this is something the port is really interested in doing, then they can share that information with our city manager, and we can go from there.
Well, I don't know how to do it from the port side.
Okay.
I honestly, they have told me that if the city asks for help, that they will provide the funding for a feasibility study, but they want the city to give them some indication. That's all I can tell you. That's just a fact. If you send them a text or an email, then they'll have a motion.
Well, it's not that easy.
They'll have a vote.
Trust me.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see us move this process forward first, Dr. Mintz. And as I just said a while ago, let's don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's try to get this done in a step-by-step process. And I will tell you, as a business person just like you, it's frustrating for me to sit here and have to go through these steps when I'm used to just, let's go get it done. But this is the way government works. And so we have to abide by those things. And so it's important for us to do that. And I appreciate all your input. I really do. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. I just kind of want to remind the council, number one, it's obviously very important that we diversify, which we've said. It's very important that we diversify. We need to look for other resources. The other thing is that I can tell you that the challenges that we face as policymakers, I remember the people from Carrizo Wilcox. They came, the same thing. They wanted to just sell the water. And there was a cost associated with the distribution system, therefore making it unaffordable. And we spent a little bit of staff time doing that, pursuing that. You know, I've been approached multiple times by multiple people in the communities with regard to the Evangeline ever since I got on the council 5 years ago. And it was the same situation where they had a source of water of which they wanted to sell the water to us. And then we engaged in them, and we spent a year of staff time. We spent all that time, and we came back to the same thing. Number one, there has to be a distribution system. And in order for there to be a distribution system, there's a cost associated with that. And typically, the cost of that distribution system and the treatment is not incorporated into the cost that's given to us with regard to the cost of the water. I don't know how many times I saw an Evangeline presentation that said the same thing. It's $1.75 or whatever the case is. But then once you include all the other factors, and then the other challenge that we face is this is very political. This is very political. So what happens is that everybody's a water expert. Everybody's a water expert. We're brought in all over the place. Everybody comes into us, and everybody's a water expert, and we're being pulled. So then we put that pressure because of the fact, and particularly now we're in a drought. Then all of a sudden we come to very expensive decisions to go ahead and review other resources. So that's one of the reasons we have to proceed cautiously before we move forward on this. And you know, it's very difficult. I was at an event not too long ago by the Associated Builders and Contractors, and Kent Brenton was the speaker, and there was an individual in the back and said, when are you going to tell those people at the city that 35 million gallons a day isn't enough because we need more water? And I said, I said, Kent, may I respond to that? Because it was condescending to the city. And I said, well, first off, I said, we use about 90 million gallons a day. About 100,000 taps, I probably may be wrong. And I said about 10 of those use about 45 million gallons a day. I said the problem is that those 100,000 ratepayers, we have to get the balance of those 100,000 to agree that they're going to pay for the cost of that additional distribution system, because that's the funding source. We have to get all those individuals to agree, because until we have those other customers, as I don't know how many times I've heard, if it's for industry, well then let them pay for it. I don't know how many times I've heard that. Now, once we earn these rights, then we'll have the reservation rights to be able to do that. But there's a cost associated with pursuing that. And I'm not a subject matter expert, so therefore we employ professionals to be able to do that. But from a policy standpoint, we need to look at it from the standpoint of if there's a resource that's available, then the individual that stands to profit the most, or the individual that wants to provide that, has to be able to provide the resources to be able to do the engineering and to be able to provide us with that calculation. They've got to get us to that. My personal opinion is that's what's been very difficult for the port, because they have this idea of all these additional customers that have come in that most likely they're going to need it. It's as I said, Corpus Christi is open for business. It's just we still have to convince that balance of those 100,000 ratepayers. If we're going to spend the public's money, if we're going to spend, and if they agree to $1 million for a study, who knows that it's not that much? I mean, how much did the Evangeline people pay Pape Dawson?
You know, I just spoke to Gene Dawson today, and that hasn't been determined yet.
I mean, it's probably, you know, maybe a couple 100,000 or whatever it is. Yeah. I'm sure it was significant. I know Pape Dawson sitting in the background, and they're good partners. Yeah. But the situation is, it's much more complicated that we have a resource or we have an opportunity that we need to pursue it right away. There's a ton. It's a very complicated initiative. And in the public, of the 100,000 ratepayers, the 500,000 people that we serve, that we provide water to, they want to have say-so on what that cost is. So that's all I'm saying. And Dr. Mintz, I appreciate you bringing this to us. I appreciate your enthusiasm. I don't know how many times I've brought a developer up. Hey, we got this great idea. You know, I did it on TERS number 5. I had this great idea, the developer had a great idea, and then all of a sudden he had difficult with funding, and we came at an impasse. And so we eventually eliminated the TERS, but those are examples. We've had a lot of, and that's the challenge, is that we have our customers that we have currently. Until we have those new customers, or until you have those new customers, then it's going to be very difficult for us to be able to move forward. Now, I'm not opposed to us pursuing that. It's just there's going to be some hurdles. And I just don't want staff to be treated with condescension because of the fact that they have to ensure the developer has provided enough due diligence, because we are looking at every resource. And I think we've looked at it ad nauseum, where we've pursued, the situation with Evangeline, God bless them, we're no different than almost nowhere than we were 5 years ago when that initiative was brought to us. So I understand that. I understand the concern, and I understand. And we, once again, it's not saying that we don't appreciate you. It's that there's a lot of other individuals that we need to be able to help justify all that. But thank you very much for bringing that to us.
Councilman Hunter.
I hope you're able to translate all that. So what's the deal? Why is there a $6.50 difference on the cost of water?
Do you want me to take that, Dr. Mintz?
Oh my gosh.
I was watching.
Want to reintroduce everyone?
I was upstairs. I was watching.
Andrew stayed all day and is still here, and we want to recognize him.
So just go ahead and tell him I'm crazy and have
Well, what I would say is that there's a lot going on in CCW, and I think the city manager did a nice job naming all the projects that we're working on. And so I think any project deserves to be looked at thoroughly. And this project here, I think, just looking at it on first pass, it's definitely got some merits. I think I heard Dr. Mintz say that we don't always agree on some things. Looking at it from the first pass, I think there's some costs that are probably going to be a little bit more expensive than what is provided in the proposal. But I think that's the merits that go along with doing a thorough assessment of all these projects. One of the things that we do is we like to see good engineers involved on both the developer side. So Dr. Mintz would conceivably, if we take this forward, he would have an engineer. We like to bring in an expert on our side, and we look at the information and make the best of what's there and try to make sure that we have a really good project. We thought we were close on the one that we were talking about, and unfortunately we didn't quite get there. And so I think, given the fact that we've got a lot on our plate over the next 6 to 7 weeks, we've got to get through the budget. We've got a budget. We've got rates for FY25. We've got a drought contingency plan that the CCW team is working on. And I think, once we get through those activities, this would be something that would make some sense to look at for sure.
That doesn't really answer my question, though.
Well, the numbers that you were saying were numbers that Dr. Mintz proposed. Those were not numbers that we calculated.
But did you ever propose $8.50 per 1,000 gallons?
Oh, no, that's just...
Just for the record, a public official is given once the public official is given knowledge in the state of Texas, it becomes public knowledge. So anything that's said back there can be repeated. So you did not give us $8.50 per 1,000 gallons.
Nor 7, nor 6, nor 5.
It's good to know. So I guess let me be very frank, though, on my position on water. We need to diversify, and without going into the ocean, we're locked to rainfall and or other sources that feed into these aquifers through rainfall. So I do understand that. But if we have an opportunity to solidify some of the best water ever captured in the state of Texas, then we do need to be focusing on that. So please, can we figure out where the difference is? I know we called you down here very quickly. I apologize. You have been praised all day long, Drew. I just want you to know that. A lot of people are saying you're doing a great job, and I'm not trying to interfere on that. But we do need to figure out where the difference is on a much more easier to understand scale. So that's all I have to say. So next time that we bring this back up, hopefully we have that.
Okay. Looks like we,
Thank you, everybody.
thank you, sir.
Okay, I guess, Mayor, you need somebody to make a motion.
No, it's a briefing. It's a motion.
It is a motion.
So the recent bond election from 2 years ago, I had nothing to do with it.
I would just,
You didn't have anything to do with Westside Baseball.
just like turn on the light.
I'd like for you to.
Okay, Councilman Presley.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt this request as it's submitted, and we'll see where it goes.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion?
What's the motion?
Well, I think I was going to ask, that includes what Peter, I think Peter, he read the rest of it that we don't see.
Read the whole thing?
Yes.
Well, I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah, he's going to read the whole thing, and that, because it's not listed here. Let's see, go ahead, Councilman.
Mayor,
Okay.
it's listed, the motion's listed on the agenda, 31.
Well,
Just
it's
have
listed,
have
but
him
it's
read the
not
whole
all shown.
paragraph, Council. Go ahead, Councilman, read the
Okay.
whole thing.
All right, this would be a motion per Council Policy 16.d. We are requesting that the following item be placed, oh, that's on the agenda, I'm sorry. The motion is directing the city manager and CCW to begin discussions with the Catahoula Water Company on a possible joint venture to acquire water rights from the Eiselman-Voigt groundwater project. Financial negotiations between the city and the Catahoula Water Company would begin only after such time as the Catahoula Water Company provides appropriate engineering and related studies that substantiate the validity of their proposed brackish desal facility and the ability to secure the necessary pipeline infrastructure that would supply refined water to the appropriate city-designated tie-in location.
Okay. Any questions, gentlemen, ladies? Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, we have no further discussion. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Well, no, not quite our last item, but almost last, is item number 33, and that is a briefing, a quarterly briefing by the CCREDC, or the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation.
Wow, tough lunch, huh? Mike Culbertson from your Corpus Christi Regional EDC. So let's talk about what we have. You know, our mission is, I just got rid of it. Our mission is always to increase the wealth of the region through retaining and attracting primary jobs. And now, you know, you're thinking that's a great idea. However, our median hourly wage, which has lagged the state for forever, since probably the 80s, finally caught up with the state at $60 an hour. The median income for a household is now at $64,000 an hour, and we got that by getting these companies that come here that pay $85,000, and that doesn't include the overtime as you're working your 4s and 4s or the DuPont schedule, and all of the benefits that these people have. They have nice houses, and half of them live here. I know Steel Dynamics was a boon for Cal Allen. There are a lot of things that happen when we bring companies here. The median home price, the real estate's settling out, right? I mean, the rate is really what the rate is going for the last the average of the last 100 years. The natural interest rate is 3%. So, this is right in the right place. Yes, it's a shock to people who had 2.9, but this is really it. I know I talk about what I bought my first house at 12%, and I was really happy to get it. So it'll come. It'll come, I promise you. The average, the median home price in Corpus Christi is $170,000. I know we see these and we're like, oh my God, there's a lot. New houses are expensive. They're part of neighborhoods that go in and fuel blocks, and this is kind of what we're looking at. Sales tax, that's another place that you don't realize that where money comes from. So take a look at the city, and I mean, it's been just moving along as we're going along. I mean, it was down at what, 57 million just a decade ago, and now it's up here because regardless of where those companies are, Corpus is still the retail, it's still the entertainment center, and the medical center for the region. We broke 200,000. We broke 200,000 jobs in the MSA, and I mean, we're all going away, and Corpus Christi is going to be gone. It's not. We're going to grow. We're going to grow at 1%. We always do. We even grew at 1%. After the oil took off. So don't worry about growing. You'll grow. But you want to grow and grow with solid investment and solid money, salaries that are coming in for our people. Because not only do these companies come in, but other companies come in that service those. And they're all located, if you go down to 19th or Leopard, that's where they are. So unemployment's been kind of roller coastering around. I do want to point out one thing is that the gap that has been as much as 1% that Corpus lies over either the United States or Texas is finally coming down, and you can see the unemployment rate going slightly up, but it's not huge moves. We don't know what the Fed's going to do. The Fed has, keep inflation down, but full employment, and as they try to soft land us. So what do? We do business retention. And one of the things that we find out is what we can do for the companies here. Because as you said, somebody said, the first thing you do about economic development is take care of what you have. So those are the things that we do. We have Amber Odding with us now, and she's doing BRE, and she'll be doing BRE visits, which include what can we do for you. A lot of the expansion that happens is small business. We've made it a marquee event is Manufacturing Day. Manufacturing Day is countrywide. It's going to be October 4th this time. Not only do we have 50 booths of manufacturers, local manufacturers, but they tie in together. Plus, we bring in kids, to go through this, and they have a great time. They ask, how much do you make? What is my day like? What can I expect to work with? What kind of machines that I work with? And then we go into, what are they looking for? We do, and you'll see it in a little bit. And we talk about quality of place, and quality of place is very important. And we paid for the study with the help from a couple of others. But one of the things I want you to look at is the companies that we go for, large companies. What they want is land, they want power, they want water, and they want workforce. And if you think it's all the other stuff, now that's important. It's important to me. For me to get these people here takes that. Takes governments working together. Takes government to say, hey, we can find water. We can find. Now I know you can't find power. The power is something different in Texas. I get that. I sit down with AEP or NEC Electric all the time, and they come out and they tell me. So, but that's what they're looking for. They're one of the biggest things that will scare off a project is governments not working with each other or working actively against each other. And I think we've gone through, and I think we're fine, and we're getting there, and I really appreciate it. And I appreciate you, because I know there are a lot of things that have happened, and we just need to move past them and keep going. Type B, we do a lot of Type B. We do the staffing for that. 2010, we took over the city's type economic development corporate department, and you increase this by 125. So we've been receiving $700,000 from the city since 2014, nor have we asked for anything more. But these are the things that we look at. The Cyber Center is if you listen to the Type B yesterday, they talked about they're looking for more money because more people are going, because cyber security is incredibly important. And if you're a manufacturer or you have a website, then it's really important to you. And the federal government has been delaying putting a lot of onus on small businesses because of the cost, but they're not going to do that forever. So it's an incredibly important. We talked about industry analysts. We're trying to look what's the next thing, but I'll tell you, in 2021, there's not hydrogen, it's not ammonia. So we are going after manufacturing. So we are obviously going after large companies, and we'll talk about that, but high-tech manufacturing. And we're looking at things that can do, the mayor and DMD, they're working on the Innovation Fund, and we are working together. We've joined that team and been part of that. It's a way to get, I'm not going to sell you on it, but it's a way to get phase 2, like you have clients and you're in, you have about $1 million in sales, a way to get you moving forward. And that would come through Type B. So we have let, as Councilman Hunter and the mayor knows, on our budget this year, $75,000 to help us find these. Now, last year we had 20 visits that happened. Now, of course, not all of them done, and the fact that you could get one would be great, but that's what we're looking for. Not only that, what if I talk to you now and you're not ready, but in a couple of years you go, hey, I remember that one in Corpus Christi. Let's talk to them again. We go to all sorts of conferences. So AST Tech is steel. We went to hydrogen. Hydrogen is actually pretty cool because I went to Rotterdam with the port, and it's nice when you go to a foreign place and they don't really care about Americans and they don't care about what you think of them, and they go, the Americans really missed it. They're going for green hydrogen when they really should go for blue, because blue, we do it already, right? The ethane reformer, the steam ethane reformers, move through steam, ethane reformer. They go through that and they make hydrogen, but they just vent the carbon. So what if we did that in sequestration? So that's blue carbon. And there is a place for it in the IRA, right? The Inflation Reduction Act. I'm not going to argue the title with you, but it is, and of course it's less. However, the Port of Rotterdam is investing over $300 million to be able to take hydrogen. They would prefer liquid hydrogen, but only one company, a Japanese company, has done a proof of concept at scale. So that's why you're hearing ammonia. And what you may see is just one ammonia plant in the Inner Harbor where the hydrogen comes in from wherever the company is. They create ammonia, which is easier to transport. You can grab nitrogen from the air, put it in. Now you have ammonia, cool it down to minus 32. It's liquid. Everybody's used to it. Europe doesn't want it like that, because ammonia is 7 times the volume of hydrogen. But like I said, liquid hydrogen's only been done once. These are the ones we're working on. We're working hard on advanced manufacturing, especially with the airport. There's been a lot of notice at the airport, not only with their new airline, which is great news, but a lot of people would like to be there, like to do MRO, maintenance, overhaul, repair, and there's a lot of things that we're working with Kevin and his staff. We wish Tyler well, but I mean, that's one of the things. And steel, we're still looking at. It's still viable down here. One of the reasons is, we have the workforce. I mean, we don't have an arc furnace guy or gal, but, we can bring one of those from Pittsburgh or Indiana, and now we got a steel plant again, another steel plant. So I want you to look at this. This is area projects tax net value. These are These are projects that the EDC worked on. These are projects that we did what their taxes would be to various taxing entities. This is what we did net of taxes, and when they come out of construction and they have a value, we put that value in instead of what they said they were going to do. So this is what we're worth to you, the city, in the next 10 years, $175 million and $851 million in 20 years. And that's because in the San Patricio one, come 2030, they'll pay 1/3, and then 2/3 the next year, and then full industrial district. So that's why it's that huge jump. So when we get there, you know, your kids will be lowering taxes and it'll be great. And we'll have all sorts of stuff, and I appreciate that. But if you're wondering who butters your toast, that's us. All right, so let's talk about the airshed. One of the great things that I get to do is when I talk to people, I say that we are in attainment. And why are we in attainment? We're in attainment for a few reasons. Number one, the industry works hard at it. Number two, all the industry that we have is new. It's brand new. And one of the things that you have to do in TCEQ is build to the best current technology, and that's what they're doing. So you can see it just keeps coming down, and I mean, the Fed keeps dropping it and keeps going, and I get that. So those are the things that we're looking at, and we are not blind to it. I want to say one thing really quick about Voestalpine ArcelorMittal. I was on that team. I was very happy to be on it. We gave them, I don't say we, San Patricio signed a Chapter 381. It said, if you build this, this is the incentive you'll get. If you build phase 2, it moves on. They didn't build phase 2, we've moved on. It's not a bad thing, it's just naturally, the city of Corpus actually, unless it's a construction thing, really do not have to have a vote on ending a contract. But they just felt they needed to, and so they did. But it's just a normal thing. It's not bad at all. They've done well over there. And I'm ready for any questions.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Great report, and appreciate the information, especially about I was going to ask you about the 381 deal with San Pat and them pulling out. So
didn't pull out, it just ended.
They just said, well, it's ended, and they're not, and they said, the county judge said, we're not ever doing one again.
Right.
So that is a little concerning. But anyway, with respect to the proposed Avena plant, I heard someone told me the other day that they are now looking at the possibility of they would create the hydrogen product, pipe it down to property at the port, and actually make the ammonia at a port location. Have you heard anything about that, or whether or not that's true?
I do not know. I mean, they are engineering currently. They're thinking that they're going to have to do ammonia, but they haven't decided where to do that yet. When we were going to be a hydrogen hub, and we'll still do a lot of those things. That was actually the plan, right? To have an ammonia distillation plant there, right next to a liquid dock, and then they could go out. But they're still, the problem is you have to find somebody who will build an ammonia distillation plant, and they'll work with Avena, and they'll work with whoever and Project Butterfly and all those. So.
Well, that may be a question better to ask one of the port commissioners. So any news on what's happening with Citgo and where that's going?
No, but the federal bench, when they took that step, it was a huge step, and I don't know if you remember it. It was 12 years after the initial bondholders had made that, and it's just going to be a sale like you see all the other ones, and somebody will do well, and oil's still going to get pumped, and oil's still going to get moving.
Okay.
There's no way that thing can come offline.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Thanks for the presentation.
Yes, sir.
I had a couple of questions. I think I posed these to you yesterday by email. I just kind of wanted to revisit them once again as well. and one is about information technology, because you're all about economic development. And I asked you, I think, about what the RADC is doing to attract not just manufacturing jobs into the area, but also information technology jobs into the area.
Mm-hmm.
I think your response, you said something like a lot of the information IT companies are avoiding the Gulf Coast. Is that correct?
That's correct. There has to be a reason for them to be here just because of the hurricanes and everything else. We can move your raw materials, we can do your finished goods through the port, through rail, and we have cheap natural gas. That's not really one of the requirements on IT people. IT people tend to move where things are. That's why we're really big on the drones, because we want drones to take root here, because we have a center of excellence for the FAA, and we really think and so we actually go to drone conferences with Texas A&M and Lone Star UAS Center.
Sure, sure.
But yeah, we do.
I guess I would challenge you and your team, if you can, to try to do what you can to overcome that reticence.
Yes, sir.
To attract IT companies into the area here. I know that there may be weather issues that really are beyond our control.
And IT companies are manufacturers, right? It's just they have services. So,
sure.
Yes, sir.
Sure, but I know like lots of other places have weather issues as well, and yet companies seem willing to kind of locate there. I also wanted to address this. I think I mentioned this by email. Maybe I didn't. This may be outside of your wheelhouse. I don't know. We've had a steady drain of medical care providers in the Corpus Christi area.
Yes.
The last, I don't know, I guess maybe 20 years, 25 years.
Yeah, we've talked about it quite a bit.
And that's really, I think, an aspect of economic development, maybe more broadly defined. I don't know if your team does anything in that sector or not.
Yeah, we do. Well, we don't in that they're not primary jobs, but we do understand the need for them, and we have worked with both HCA, CC Medical, and Kristen Spahn on what can we do to get them here. And a lot of times it just comes down, you have to pay them more.
Yeah.
And there really is no mechanism to help them out.
Yeah,
in that.
Have you thought about, this may be oversimplified, a study of medical care providers in the area here, or perhaps especially those that are maybe in exit interviews, those who plan to leave, what is it that decided to convince you to leave the area? What can we do to kind of reverse it?
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, certainly.
Yeah. And one last thing, this is, I guess, going to be kind of ticky-tacky. I don't know. I may have the math wrong here. I'm going to go back to your slide presentation. I think it was slide number 5.
Right. Yeah, I have it up.
I had a problem with some of the math there.
Yeah,
we figured that wrong.
We just copied that off the website. We did not do the math ourselves. We'll do that.
Okay, all right. Because the job growth numbers, I think especially in education and health services, there was 1,000 jobs. So we had 31,600 in 2023, 32,600 in 2024, so 1,000 increase. And that was listed as 0.9 increase. I think it should be actually about 3%.
Right. No,
okay.
you're
I just wanted to double
You're
check. All right, thanks.
Yes,
that's all I had. Thank you.
All right, sir.
Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Thank you for the presentation. The only question I had, because I figure maybe you've heard more, anything going on in terms of the development of the ammonia plant out in Robstown? Have you heard anything?
The Avena one we're talking about?
Was that?
Because, yeah, that's
what
north of
Mike was talking
Robstown on FM 1889 and County Road 46.
Okay, maybe I missed that because I wasn't sure.
They are in design right now. Their air permit is July 29th.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Nice.
Okay, I think that's all the questions and comments. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate your time. I know it's late.
Yeah.
I know you still have other stuff. Thank you.
I know we do. Thank you. Okay, so I just wanted, for the record, I want to make sure everybody knows item number 32 was postponed. That was a briefing by the Nueces Center for Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities briefing. So that'll be heard at a different day.
Yeah, that'll be we're going to schedule that in August.
August,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, in August. Excuse me. And we're going to put off the item number 34, which is the Evangeline update?
Right, yeah,
Reverend?
that was pretty much, we did send a letter and we copied the city
Right.
council on it, so pretty much the executive session was going to be that material just to go over it, but we'll put that back on for the next council meeting for next
Okay.
week.
Okay, and then item number 35 is our last executive session item, and that is an item to go over our IDAs.
Right, this will be a quick one, but we do want the council's feedback because
Okay.
we're good news, we're nearing the conclusion, so there's just a few points we want to review with you,
Okay.
and then we'll be in the process of drafting legal documents.
Okay, so let's go ahead and go into executive session on item number 35 per section, or per Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 and 551.087. And then that will be our last item of the day. Okay, we're back in council, and there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
All right.